All right, welcome on in. I hope you're good. I hope your Tuesday was good. It is Wednesday, midweek. We have no news, kind of news, some things that are pretty good, some things that are debatable, and some things that are fine. I guess we can say fine. Fine is gonna be fine. Um, but yeah, I hope you're good. We have some new platforms, things that I've been talking about that might be good for all of us, designers, devs, or people. So we'll see about that. And then the apps have been updated here and there. So we'll see if that is worth the news. But yeah, I hope you're good. I hope your Tuesday was good as always. Mine was fine. Stony, hi, welcome on in. The same questions. I hope everything is fine for you. I mean, it seems that you are on fire for some reason. Um, but yeah, no, we have some very interesting software. One very you know what? That thing is pretty interesting. It is typography.studio, and this is something that we have talked to about in another format in the past from another website, but this one is very similar. Basically, the idea is giving you the ability to, and I forgot to create the account in the beginning, as always. Basically giving you the ability to get access to the font and edit said font properly. So that's a thing. We'll see how that works. But basically, you have the initial font on the side, and then you can define if you want like different weights, if you want different width for everything, if you want different shape for your elements, like more square, less square, the type of joints that you have. So if it's like thin ass joint or thick ass joints, the asymmetry in between your letters to have something that is a bit more characterized and so on, and then the aperture of the opening of the letters when that is a thing is in there. There is a ton of options to create and generate basically a font that is as customized as possible for you and for your use case. It is very interesting. It basically means that this font is a massive viable font in the first place, and it's interesting. Never, I will never build a font again. Never, never. Yeah. Uh, if any of you don't know what that entails, basically creating a font is uh, technically 26 characters ish, and then some accent that are combination of the initial 26 plus the accents, but then you end up with the alternate characters for alternate languages, and it just takes so much time. Yeah, it's a lot of work for no reason other than why not. So yeah, I would rather not. Oh, that's cute. That's a very interesting choice. So yeah, so this one is pretty interesting. You have all of these characters that goes with it, and obviously you need to do the numbers, you need to do the accents, you need to do the exclamation points, the all of these things. For example, these ones have not been done, and you can see that right away. Um, it's just so much work, but you know, it's fun nonetheless. So yeah, so that's it's an interesting website. It could be very cool. Um, It has the ability to create all the types of variations of font for your characteristic based on what what you wanna create. Like these ones specifically are probably going to be not AI generated, but mostly something related to a preset of uh, settings. But yeah, it is an interesting software. I saw that earlier today, so that's the news for the day. That's the new website for the day. Other than that, we have some other news that are kind of funny for me, but yeah, most people don't find this funny. I guess we'll see in a second what the thing is. But a quick reminder, even though I have posted this already, the bento me is dying in 9 days. So you need to transfer your things to ban, please. It's gonna be it's gonna be easy. It's easy, it's right there. Just do that. Just transfer. Just transfer yourself. You have 9 days to do that. And the latest addition for this is potentially, as I showcased, if you mark a perfume as wearing today, we now have this tiny animation. Um, it's interesting, but I don't know if I like it as much. There is something about the animation that is still pissing me off. It is too um, geometric. You can see that it's basically two bands or three bands of spray coming in, and then it takes the shape that it needs to take. So I might simply need to have a distortion layer or distortion emitter right here so that it breaks particle apart like it does at the end. But for now, I think that's gonna be okay. I added some teeny tiny animation that you can't see on this video because this video is broken, regarding the appearing of the cards so that they really appear in a way that is more smooth and organic. So that's cool. Um, but yeah, overall, that's one of the news. I will probably send that in an update in the next update, unless I feel like it's not worth it. The good thing is because I did that in an overlay fashion, so it's a dot overlay on the main content. I can just comment it out and it's not going to be triggered and or take any performance for any other users, but it can just be in the code as commented out and then just work in the background without being visible. So we'll see if that's a thing. But that's where we are on this thing. It's pretty nice. I think it's working, it does its job, and it has the animations and the things. So we are kind of good with that. The secondary-ish news kind of thing. Thank you, Stony, again for this. I highly appreciate it. Even though, it's not you, but it's kind of you. So now you have the ability to get the theme and the theme content directly in free tier. So all free users will have access to this, can change the views, can change how things are looking, and the different styles, different things, whatever. If you want something in light mode and dark mode to see the difference and so on, you have the ability to do so. And as you mentioned, when you click outside, you still have access to the entire thing. So you can see your entire board with everything. Um, and decide, but then when you refresh the page, it's going to reset to your default design. So that is working, which I'm really happy with. Thank you again for the recommendation. I appreciate it. And I realized why that wasn't working. The analytics were not working earlier because I'm a dumbass. That's the reason. There is no other reason. I was a dummy and I said analytic false instead of true on most users, which makes no sense. Chris, welcome in. So that's now enabled for all users. It was basically enabled by default for all new users, but all of the previous users that didn't have um, that where or when the analytics were not um, like enabled yet or existing yet, you had it disabled and false, and that was my case. So that's the reason why it was not working. It was working on localhost, but yeah. So there's that. There's that. You will never get a discount. You will get a account, not discounted, but just counted and up in price by 25% for regular users because I know you will buy it anyways. That could be an interesting thing. New users can have discounts on channel point redemptions because they are new and you want to incentivize them to use the things, but then, yeah. The code navigation can two N's, not two A's. Did you ever saw it in light mode? It, I was thinking if this can also work in brighter color. So it does. If I move to, I'm gonna move my phone in light mode so that we have access to the zoom and you can see what it is. If it if it loads, if it loads. If it doesn't load, you will not see. But basically the thing that I've done for the navigation here in light mode is we have the exact same thing, but in light mode, the color of the background of these things has more opacity than in dark mode. In dark mode, it's almost clear. It's not clear, but it's almost clear. And it's using the dot system background variable that is a system variable for the color of the system background, which is like pure white or pure black, basically, in both formats. So that's the thing. It is exactly the same. And obviously, if I'm right here, I'm probably not going to be able to zoom in and move things around in a way that makes sense. But it works the same way. I think we may have a bit more visibility here for the glass effect. Like right here, you can kind of see that, but it's not much nonetheless. But it is still like glass effect. Overall, because of the addition that I have made of adding that layer at 60-40%, depending on the theme, for light mode and dark mode, we end up with something that is more readable and accessible than the native one. The native already has this type of transition light mode, dark mode thing, but it doesn't work most of the time. Like it's kind of complicated to see when it's there, when it's not there, and so on. Like right now, obviously, I'm on the latest version of iOS, so I have some of the better version of Liquid Glass, but it's still like not the best, specifically here because my current theme is dark gray. Because the highlighted or the selected version of the tab is a bit of a gray. A gray on top of gray is not really good, so we end up with weird things. But, because of the whole color switching on the background, it's kind of fine. Overall, that is a fine thing. And then here, if I just bring it back in dark mode, the view for the same thing right here is I still have that translucence thing right there, but I don't have as much or as less opacity as the light mode. So this version is going to pass through a lot more information here. And then some of the things, personal choices, doesn't really matter, but some of the personal choices here in your dictionary, these buttons are pure clear glass. So they are using the liquid glass pure clear version, like the dot clear version. And the reason for that is because on the edges, um, right here, when you have like a character that you are currently learning or practicing and so on, that orange is going to highlight the eye a lot more. And sometimes it's like yellow in the beginning, orange in the middle, green at the end. That is really working when it's clear compared to when it's like a bit opaque with the regular glass. So that was something that I thought about, and it's kind of cute nonetheless to have like that green thing. Also, that whole scroll version here is going to be complicated, but yeah, that's uh that's the thing. Most of it is working in both themes, and I am always making sure that this is the case because it needs to happen. Like, I need to make sure that the designs and stuff that I'm doing are accessible and understandable on both themes. And for example, here, this button specifically isn't, but this whole card needs to be a bit redesigned for the bottom section to be accessible. That's not the case right now. So that's the thing for a later date. But yeah, they work, most of them. And the fact that I'm using the system um, theme switching for the glass effect is gonna work. So yeah, that's where we are on this thing. Mm-hmm. Haven't seen the glitch in a long time. Goddamn. Goddamn. It took the side of my hair. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, that's the whole thing. If you have more questions, feel free to ask as always. Um, so yeah, here we have this, and going back to what we have done, it is split now. So anything that is related to the theme design is going to be related to a specific field in the convex database, which is the theme, and everything that is related to um, like the cards and the layout is supposed to be working differently. So I I wish I could check that out, but I don't think I can. I wish I could take over one of your accounts to check things out. I think it's working, but I'm not sure, as one does. But I would love to see if you are on your page and you switch the theme to, I don't know, let's say you want some pink in the background and some different types of cards, and then you decide to move one card somewhere else. I would love to see if that breaks or not. The reason why I can't do that is my account is my account, free account things, is basically uh, set to admin. So when I set it to free version, it getting a lot of errors because of the types of cards that I'm testing that don't exist for most users. So that's a thing that is a bit annoying. But yeah. Anyways, you know. Um, that's the thing. That is the thing. So we're here. It's fine. That should clear with the top version, not the bottom version. I spent some time on that transition. It's not the best transition yet, but you know, I feel like it's a cute animation when it makes sense. In some department like this one, it has a bit of a switch in the middle, so it's a bit it's a bit debatable. Um, the Spotify one doesn't transition because it's two different things, but you know, eh, just playing with that transition was a bit fun. Pain in the ass, but a bit fun. Um, So yeah, that's one of the things. The thing in question I was talking about earlier that is kind of funny for me is here, and that's probably gonna be not good. I've been posting a ton more, as I've been saying. I am spamming everyone, and I'm sorry about it, but I don't have a choice in terms of numbers and so on. And I that you have access. Technically, if you are a free tier, you have access to the theme. Um, but I made a post about me getting a flat in Japan, and like basically explaining why I got my flat. And then that guy said I got lucky and or I settled for a lesser apartment. And basically I just said no, it wasn't luck, it was just money. You just need to be able to pay the rent. And then he said it's CGs just have money, it's somehow a worse take. And I said, yeah, it's you need to have enough money to pay the rent like everywhere else. It's just that these rents are a bit more expensive than regular Japanese flats. And since then, I haven't heard anything back. As in, yes, common sense. Common sense. If you just have enough money to pay the rent that they are asking for, um, yeah, you're good. And I don't know that it's weird. It's weird. One of the things that I'm probably expecting from someone that is uh, with a name like this and uh, no profile picture. Obviously, I don't have a profile picture, but my face is all over the place. Uh, they haven't watched the entirety of the video because the thing that I said, and specifically what they say here, I was told that we don't rent to students. And in the video, I just said this is more expensive than regular flats, but you have everything included as long as you can pay the rent. So they didn't watch the video. And then there are a lot of landlords who will rent only white foreigners or who rent to non-Japanese Asian people, which is not the case because that thing is a consortium of building and not a landlord thing. So there is no landlord. It's just like a company. You're building relationship with a company. And I've seen people from all different type and kind of skin color and foreigners in the building that I've been in, and this is just so weird. I mean, obviously, I was expecting it coming from someone that is now talking about Japan and Japanese content on a daily basis. Um, it's going to be like a lot of people don't trust my take because I'm white, and Japan and white people is pretty okay with it, so I get it. But god dang. It's a bit of an interesting thing. And then the other one, which is really interesting for me, is this one, which has like one of the most amount of views in the past few months, is this thing where I asked about how you can like get charged for owning a gun. Cat, hi, work on it. When you can get charged for owning a gun if your whole country, as in the US, is all about getting guns and mostly the fact that you can buy a gun at Walmart, so there is no need for a license or anything. It's just like, well, in some states and like departments, basically, you can just go to Walmart, buy a gun, come out, be done with no checks. So that's a very interesting thing. And because I'm saying in the beginning, all the TikToks that I have and the people that are in my comments just not understanding the joke and sarcasm, which is really cool. So on this one, I start with I'm from the country of Europe, right there, which is really cool that I pose the video in the right spot. And people are like, um, Europe isn't a country, it's a continent with multiple countries. Duh. I think the best one was uh, This one, because it makes sense. As most Americans are saying that they are traveling to Europe in the next month or something, and they don't know. So yeah, that was the fun stuff. But people are like pressed by the fact that I said country of Europe and not anything else. Like these people have been arguing with each other, and it yeah, it's wild. Nonetheless, so we've been making a lot of interesting progress on these videos. Some of them don't really have a lot of views, obviously, because that happens like just before. And then today I forgot to do this one for the day, but that's a fine thing. I should just repost that. It doesn't really matter. So we'll see. We will see when that happens, but we've been doing a lot more. The controversial one, this one, and this one have been popping off for my regular views, so that's good. And the Japanese resources have been popping off as well, so that's good. That is good. I still haven't figured out what makes them pop off, though. That's the thing that is metrics wise. This one is very tiny as well. Like it should not have had as much views as it had, so I will need to figure it out. Um, I need a lot more analysis, but I also need a lot more content in order to go into analysis mode. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see when that happens. But we are here, and last yesterday, most of the task that I had was ensuring that my designs here were aligned with what I wanted to have. So most of the inputs are the fully circular inputs. The next step is going to be making sure that the swatch for the preview is going to be inside of the input, and then these ones probably going to be on the side right here, because we have enough space to display the input with the swatch inside, and or if that's not the case, maybe removing one of these presets because it just doesn't work or doesn't match the width. So that's one of the things potentially for today. I don't know, we'll see. As always, the goal is to make sure that the theme section doesn't take as much height, because we need this on desktop to not have like such a small version of the scroll, because it makes no sense. So we are here for now. It's working. It's good. We have the animations. We have the things, and yeah. Um, that sound like me, so I get it. um, I mean, when I drink this, which is not supplements but just like sweeteners for my water, uh, type of things, the usual to not have to drink a monster or something. I usually put the creatine as well at the same time. And in the past, when I had protein powder that was really not heavy, like didn't create like a soup, didn't create a slushy consistency, but like more water, I put everything in the same fucking bottle and then be done with it for efficiency's sake. So I get it. I do remember that one person that I saw last month on TikTok saying that now she understood why Gym Bro are chugging the entirety of the protein shake, and it's because it tastes like shit. Like the first sip is great, but the other 5 or 16 are just like horrendous. So you just want to get done with it as fast as possible. I feel like you are also in that department now. Um, would make more sense. So I get it. I get it. So yeah, we have all of that. That's pretty good. Technically speaking, you should be able to get all of that. Hugo, hi, what going on? How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? you know, in there. You should be able to get like your editor mode and then change the theme and then move a fucking card away. I feel like it's gonna break, but we never know. We never know. Have a go at it. Have a go at it. The last thing that I wanted to talk about on ban before moving on to potentially working on the theme color section is, and I kind of mentioned it before, um, is the fact that right now the URL that we have is slash editor slash username or slug. And when you're looking at Bento, it's slash slug. And then if you're logged in, you have the editor view. If you're not logged in, you have the visitor view. And I feel like this could work, but I fear that my current implementation is not going to work. This is probably going to break, and I wish I could, but I don't feel like, well, I fear that it's just going to break everything because of the current setup that is not meant to have that like simple overlay of, oh, do you have access to the editor or do you not have access to the editor, and that's it. Like, by simply hiding the content, there is a high probability of hijacking the content and then still displaying the editor, and therefore potentially getting someone to edit something. But I don't know, for the sake of Slug, it's probably going to be easier for me to get something along the line of that editor section. Or I do it the other way around, which is kind of weird, but it could work. And my routing is slash slug slash editor. And when you are in slash editor, you are editing the things. But then I have a feeling that it's going to be the same thing in terms of security and so on. So I don't know. um, and cat for the puking thing, which is kind of sad to say. I get it. Um, as you know, I have tested so many. I will recommend anything that is like speculoos or uh, salted caramel as the safest of safest options. Like the vanilla is too much. The banana are disgusting most of the time. The mango, which some people like, is just and all the strawberry are just like disgusting. Some of the berries, like blueberries, are sometimes good, and some of the raspberries are sometimes good, but that's like really, really rare. So for me, salted caramel is the best option, but I know that you don't like that most of the time. So yeah. Um, and I don't know what Inuzito is. I don't know what that is. So I can't say anything. Also, the construction in the background downstairs is still going on, so if the building falls, don't worry about it. I'm just dead. It's gonna be fine. They've been destroying the road, and it's just like making the entire building shake. So, knowing how unsafe the underground of Paris are, it's yeah, it's gonna be fun. I went for strawberry for over 2 years. That's crazy. Um, I see. I see. These are stuff that I will not have to worry about. So that's good. On the unrelated related note, as the usual thing, even though you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's gonna be fine anyways. The TV show that I was talking about, that is kind of weird, that is kind of shit, but it's I wanted to know. They killed the main character again. As the last episode of season 7, they decided to kill the main character again. And in the first episode of season 8, they they did a time skip, which means that I guess this time probably that character's dead, but I still have doubts. I still have all the doubts in the world because this TV show is when someone's dead, they are not. All the time, every time, no questions. So I don't know. We'll see. Yes, again, that's the thing. They killed her in season 3 when I sent you the text, and I was like, I'm so happy. And then 4 episodes later, she came back, and I was like, fuck. uh, this whole thing, by the way, the whole TV show in question is basically uh, a showcase of FBI agents don't have common sense when faced with situation under pressure, which is the absolute opposite of what should happen for any law enforcement, FBI specifically related agent. You are supposed to be like untouchable under pressure. You need to perform under pressure to do your things and your job as a law enforcement officer properly, which makes a lot of sense. I get it. But for some reason, every time there is a bit of pressure, everyone is folding. It's just so bad. And the reason why I'm watching this thing, I know it's a shitty TV show. And why would I go through this entire thing? I get it. It's a good question. I understand. I don't understand why it is so highly rated, and I don't understand why there is 10 seasons. Because in my eyes, the first season was shit. The second season was a tad better, but like not much. The third season was interesting. The fourth was starting to pick up. The fifth was okay. The sixth was starting to break things from the okay, and then the seventh is just all over the place, and now eight is just trash again. But when you're looking at the ratings from the watchers, it's at 4.8 out of 5, 4.9 out of 5 most of the episodes, and I don't understand. It really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And I wish I could, but I don't know. Um, I don't know. Let me see if I can just get there and give you something without giving you anything. I mean, I guess if I zoom in on this, it's gonna be, you gonna know what I'm talking about. God damn it. I can do that. Cool. No, I can't do that. God damn it. Uh, basically, season 1 is very highly rated and I didn't understand. Ended up in the highest rated of the bunch. Season 2 is basically the same thing, and it's just, and obviously it closes because god damn it. It doesn't make any sense. And it has never made any sense to me when I looked at it, when I looked at the rating. It's just like all over the place. At the top, it's really weird. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, so yeah, we want to change this thing specifically for the theme section. Uh, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if I can have the swatch inside of the input field from Shadcn directly. I guess yes, based on um, like the inputs that we have here. We have the ability to get like things in front and things in the back. That sounds kinky as fuck. Um, but I don't know if we have like a color picker or something that is available by default that we could use. in ChatCN. So debatable. I guess we'll see, but I don't know. I don't know. So as always, in the doc editor theme model uh, related to the brand color, we want to place the currently selected swatch. I guess that's going to be the way we define it. Currently selected swatch inside of the Xcode input field. And I'm going to start just with that. On the left side of the Xcode itself. I don't know. I don't know about that. I have doubts. I have doubts. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. One of the thing that pisses me off as well here is because the initial is white and all black. When you're looking at it from this point of view, it looks as if both of the swatches are just um, different sizes, but they are not. They are exactly the same size, and it's just because of the color scheme, we end up with something that is really bad. So, yeah. Um, so we need it rounded, and then we need to remove the one in front of the field without an M. With an F would be, with an N would be better. Which, same thing, this could be something that I know how to do inside of Tailwind, but I don't. Not anymore. Like, it's basically simply removing a div just above the previous one, right? Right there. That's the thing that got removed. But for some reason, uh, yeah, it's just not the case. So that's cool. So let's keep that. Now we want the input to be fitted around its content, I guess. Bruce, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's you? So that just needs to not be a width 4, but a width fit, so that we have that. And lastly, we want the preset swatches to be on the right side of the input on the same line. That should probably work. There might be a need for a bit less spacing around here, but that should reduce our height in the entirety of this, like that. So this needs a bit more. Yeah, this needs less padding on this side, which is good. Yeah. Dang. How's your AI going, by the way? Did you train it more? So again, like right here, for example, I would highly benefit from not doing what I'm about to do and basically ensure that this alignment things that I want to have, like right here, the fact that we have a left 3, which I'm guessing this is my padding left at 3, we kind of want this to be um, not that. We want a padding right to be smaller right here. So that is something that I kind of want to do. But I'm guessing if I just expand and explore that thing specifically, like that element right here, that input, there is probably a section in there where I would be able to understand what is happening with our thing. I mean, it's in it's in the placeholder, or it's in the full width. Now that I'm thinking about it, uh, no, we have the width that fits. So therefore, this is that damn. It's gonna fit the content, and right now the content, the thing, is my placeholder situation, which is also my input text, which would define the the space in the things. Have fun posting clips. Flex shrink at 0, and then again, because I don't know, so a bit less padding inside of the input on the right side. And now I'm just gonna see where things have changed when that happens, to see which line has changed so that I can understand, potentially, maybe, I don't know, it depends. Apparently right here, the padding was non-existent, and therefore now that we have a padding 2, we should be able to have something. Yeah, that doesn't change shit. That's bad. I'm kind of scared that this is just a matter of automatically. No, we're kind of good with that. I don't know. But even if I'm doing an exclamation mark, like important padding right 2, that's not gonna be enough. That's probably not gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't change shit. So again, I'm gonna go back here because that was fine, and keep all of that. How do I fix this? That's the question now that I have for myself, to myself. The input field itself needs to be smaller. So I'm gonna rephrase this. We need the Xcode input to be a bit less wide. Especially on the right side. Maybe that helps. Maybe that helps. I doubt it. But we never know. Less wide, bitch, not more wide. So we have this, and the width 32 is where we are, which I'm gonna go back to what Stony gave me almost on the first time, which is the cheat sheet things right there. Um, it really depends. Uh, right now, the main thing that I have discovered is that if I'm too specific, it has issues. If I am not specific enough, it sometimes has issues. But then, if I just do nothing or say nothing like that is specific and just let the model do the stuff, it kind of works. So that's a thing with the um, with Tailwind 4. It is outdated, but it gives me a bit of an idea specifically for the values. Like with 32, which we currently have, I could 100% go into with 28 or 24, but I didn't know exactly which one it was, so I just wanted to check these two, and I'm gonna switch to 28 to see if that changes what I'm looking for right here, and it does. So, even though it's a bit tight, it's fine. We have enough space on the side, kinda, not really, but kinda. Um, and that's an enough-ish transition presentation. I use cursor right now because it's the most simple, but it's the same thing as VS Code. I could just use VS Code with Cloud Code in there, and it would be the same. But yeah, but that was shit. That was shit, but that's fine. I don't like windsurf. I didn't like it whatsoever. Right now, I'm looking at Codex as a potentially better environment. Codex is the latest version of IDE from OpenAI directly. But the main reason why I'm still using Cursor and not anything else is because the Cursor is free for me. that's the that's a huge benefit. So yeah. Um, yeah, you have the plan mode as well here if you wanted to. You have debug mode, ask mode, plan mode. The plan mode is pretty cool, but it's not really. I mean, for these changes, it doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah, I forgot if I logged in with Google, if I logged in with GitHub. I may have logged in with GitHub. I forgot. Yeah, that's one of the reason. If I go to that's gonna be yeah. If I go here, for example, you can see that I have one that was paid, what was included, but most of my requests are in the free tier past my fast request thing, but I'm still in fast request still. So that's a huge advantage. And again, I don't know why. I do know why, but I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm part of the cursor community in France. We have meetups all the times, and therefore, some small stuff. But yeah. A follow everywhere would be kind of weird. So let me explain why this is not something that we have, and also why the current states of these, specifically if I go, I mean, if I go here, that was broken. The subscribe button and the follow button will not do anything and can't do anything. I can't um really, I mean I could, but I I can't send you to the place that is subscribing or following on your behalf. This is not something that I can do. You need to do that manually. You need to click the follow button and basically arrive on the page, and do that manually on your own. I think I can trigger something that is specifically on Instagram. I can trigger something that prompt the user with a model that says follow that user, like validate that you want to follow that user. And I think it's the same thing on Twitter, but I'm not sure. But that's about it. I can't make you follow someone from here, because from here, I don't know who you are on these platforms. Like, I don't have an access to your Twitter token, to your YouTube token. I don't know. You might be a visitor on like on a browser that is not connected to any of your accounts, and therefore you end up with something that is just like not practical to do. So that is one of the reasons why I can't really follow and subscribe automatically. If you click on the button, it's just going to send you to the thing in question, and then you can do the thing manually if you want to. But that's the only thing that I can do. But I do understand that a follow everywhere would be interesting, um, but it's complicated and technically speaking, not good to not force, but like basically force follow the user on their behalf without having access to them. So that means that I would be scraping things that I'm not supposed to have access to. So no. um, but yeah, no, that's the thing. Going back to the ID discussion thing, anti-gravity is pretty cool as well for the same reasons, but I hate the interface. The codex is really nice when it comes to how it looks, but that's it. Windsurf is fine. Windsurf is fine. VS Code is fine. I like Tray more than anything when it comes to the design, or specifically the first version of Tray. Uh, Anything since they changed from orange to green is a tad debatable, but I like the interface a lot more than what we have currently on other ID. If you don't know what Tray is the ID, like cursor slash side ID from ByteDance. ByteDance is TikTok parent company. And so most of the reason, or the main reason why I'm getting this most of the time, is because of the pricing. That's my recommendations, but also because they have access to some of the other models that are the Chinese models that you don't have access with Cursor, not instantly. So that's the thing. So as always, if you're someone that is like focused on the amount of requests that you can have, Tray is going to be way more interesting for you, because it's $3 for the first month, and then it's $10 a month. And if you go in yearly, it's just $70. Oh, it's $7 per month. So that's a very impressive thing that they have done, nonetheless. But yeah, um, but then they have these in the free tier, which is pretty cool. But yeah, no, I do like Tray a lot more than Cursor and Windsurf and the others. It's just the only thing that I like about Windsurf is their landing page. they've done a really good job, and the designers behind it has done like a very cool uh, creation of visuals in there. But that's it. The rest is just eh. It's just fine. And then I forgot who acquired them. I think it's Microsoft behind them. Um, so I don't know. Trust issues, the usual, you know. It's just eh, eh. Uh, In the previous version of my Mac, I had all of the IDs available, so that's a thing. But yeah, let me see. Okay, that's wild. Huh. Okay, so we have an issue in here. Current issue is that. Um, so the current issue with 2S is that the user cannot type anything if they don't start with the pound sign. You need to allow for both and or pre-input it. I don't know exactly how we can do that. Pre-input it slash intelligently remove it, add it. But then I've noticed that as well. If I say be smart about it or do something intelligently, it's going to overcomplicate how things are supposed to be. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. However, one of the things that I've seen is that it does, like, I mean, that's the regex that needs to happen. Like, it needs to start with the pound sign, which is like from the start. Um, but yeah, cool. So that's the value of replace. If there is one, um, you remove one. So that means, but when I'm here, if I, yeah, if I do that, I'm getting the things. And if I'm doing this, oh yeah, well, but now I can't type it. That's the issue. Okay. So the regex is half good. The user typing. When they type the hero only, we had the pound sign. Something's wrong in the either in the regex or in something else. But basically, I kind of want a free input field or input form, and then the system needs to figure it out. Like if there is something in it, then remove it. If there isn't, then add it. but we'll see. This whole thing again, going back to the usual thing, because of regex not being my strong suit as always, it is really hard for me to ensure that this is going to be working as expected and that the user are going to have the most natural experience. So if I type pound and then 0 FA, I'm getting my color. Then if I type 0 FA, the pound side is going to be um, hashtag is going to be placed automatically. So that is interesting, which then makes me think that potentially if I have that could work. The current thing that I'm thinking about is basically doing this. If I go into, you know what, if I go into wherever, it doesn't really matter. If I go into my foundation, doesn't really change anything. It's wherever. And then we add an input from here, like just the default input right there. If I did something along the line of get my input with no button, but we have no icon, but we have a prefix, a leading prefix, which is the pound sign. And then you have the placeholder right there. Then on the other side, we have nothing. So no help icon, no right button, no helper, and a label, but even then the label is not necessary. You know, usual thing. If we did this with the pound sign hashtag being displayed, type with the pound sign, that's the thing that's going to break. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. It's nothing. I'm back. There's no dying on this side. It's just hot today, and my flat is not cooperating with what we want to have. So that's a thing. That's a potential thing. I don't know exactly if that's gonna work 90% of the time, all the times, but I feel like it's gonna be a potential. Let me just do that though, for presentation's sake. And then if I did a left button, and I get that left button to be my primary color thingy, I make it an icon only button, and then I'm getting that thing to be fully rounded, just for the sake of presenting something, and no icon as well. If I do that, what happened there? God damn. Just like this then. See, going back to last week's discussion, this is basically what I'm doing in Figma most of the time. I am not going to go through the entirety of the process of finding exactly what needs to happen and how things are supposed to be displayed. I'm simply going to change stuff as quickly as I can inside of a presetted prototype, and then just say like things like this as a screenshot, and just be like, if we have the user enter the the pound sign would just light up the hashtag. So if it's typed, it just light up. And if it's not, it still light up because the next thing needs to be added anyways. So, um, what about adding the hashtag as a assistant line that is separated from the user input, and then simply highlight it if the user type the hashtag or paste a code that contains it, or simply when they stop typing the code directly in the input section. That might work. I don't know. So it's present as a placeholder and then it just lights up if. The issue that I have with that is I fear that the spacing in between my swatch, hashtag, and code section is going to take a lot more space than what it is currently. And therefore we're going to end up with, yeah, shit like this. That's that was the issue. That was the expected issue. So usual question, why did you change the input design? That sometimes, you just need an answer on this. But god damn, that's bad. Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, now we have, as I said, more too much space in between these. So I want that to be different places, less space. Yeah, that's shit. Yeah. Let's go back. They don't start with a pound sign, and we need to allow for both. And then the main ID is going to have the system check if the hashtag is present, do nothing. If it isn't, just add it. But not visually. That's wild. No. So free text, like user can type the hashtag or not. There's something about it that just pissed me off. Again, going back to the beginning of that discussion, where it's supposed to work, but it just doesn't work. And I want it to be like working regardless. Basically, if the user wants to add the hashtag inside of the field or not, it should work. The same way, I don't know, wild thing, but if I'm here and I type hashtag 0FA and then I press enter, I have my color. And if I don't, and I start here and I say just 0FA and I press enter, I'm getting the color whatsoever. Like it's the It's the same thing. So that is the goal, or at least my goal right now. And I have a feeling that this is not going to work. Um, and yeah, that's a mistake on the refresh when we're here. Why? Why? Yeah, but you can't fucking type. Oh my god. Oh. Again, this amount of frustration and this amount of useless inputs that I'm doing right now is only because I am not paying for the request. If I was, I wouldn't. um, it's just like if I type the hashtag manually or if I don't, I don't care. It's both should work. There's no there is no question there. Everything should be fine. So if I type that and then this, I should be good. And if I just do that, it weirdly enough it adds it, which is kind of weird for me. And I wouldn't want to have the hashtag be added as an input because it doesn't feel as if I added it. But I guess because we are automatically and always using the system as how can I say that? Ensuring that the Xcode is valid, then that works. But that is absolute shit. um, but you know, it's working. It is working. But still. Um, I'm gonna keep that for now, but not exactly. Uh, uh, I'm gonna use Figma as an example, as always, because that's the designer tool, and we want to use this as a reference because this is a design-related stuff. Um, so I want the user to be able to type um, and have the correct color outputted, or simply and have the correct color without visually adding or removing the pound sign. Behaving like a regular input. Yeah, I don't know why it's so hot right now. It's because it's 11 degrees. And that's hot compared to yesterday, yeah. I don't think that is gonna work. I don't think that is gonna work. Let's see. You've seen me refresh every time as well. That's something that is pissing me off. The reason for this is then if I don't refresh, then God damn it. If I don't refresh, then this is going to um not follow my directive of having the uh, the pose of the sink happened. So yeah, no. Let's see if that's help. It's kind of weird. It's not supposed to. Like the normalization is uh, the thing. They're gonna change that again. That's gonna piss me off. Yep. God damn. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean? This is bigger than expected here. Okay, so if I type 0, I'm getting the right thing. And if I type the pound sign, and then I'm getting the right thing. Oh my god. It took me everything to figure that out and to make it work. Holy shit. That, how long have I been live? That took us 16 hours. Exactly. That makes no sense. Let's keep all of that and see if that is a viable version. So now we have the thing. You want your 1B, 1B, 1B. That's your color. You're good. You want your 35, 35, 35. That's good. It works. It has the hashtag or it doesn't. Um, both versions work. You have the selected highlight ring, which is good. It's what we wanted to have. And that reset and refresh and clear the themes. So we are good with this. I'm pretty happy with that output as a potential option. Now, the other thing that I'm like debating is where this is supposed to be. So if we look at the interface in terms of how the user is encountering it, the first thing that they see is the choice of cards styles, which makes sense. Then they have their themes, which is debatable. I feel like it might be better to have the themes first, and then the cards presets, and then probably the grid layout and card styling, and then the brand colors, and then the background, rather than this order, mainly because of how deep you want the things to be. So light, dark, and system themes is the most top level thing, followed by the theme presets, because that's how your cards are going to look, followed by what your grid is going to look like. That's still at that level of Z index 2, for example, for all of these. Same thing for the card styling. And then you reach the floor, which is the background, which gives you the ability to get either the dotted background or the shape background. And then under that, you have your brand colors, or above that, you get your brand colors. So that's going to be the thing. Um, Now we want to reorder. Could do that by hand, but I don't want the section in the theme model with theme mode, theme presets with no e's. Theme mode, themes presets, grid layout, and card styling. Card styling. I feel like it's gonna be brand colors and background. I don't know. I'm still debating. I think I want background and brand colors. The other way around. I think I want that. Uh, Background, brand colors. Because that way we like the dots are above the color and not underneath it. So in terms of how we want the things to behave and to look, it makes more sense to have the brand color at the bottom. In that exact order, and we'll see if that changes. I fear again that because of that change that I didn't accept, it's gonna try to edit again, and that's gonna break um, the system again because it's a new value that it's not aware of. But we'll see. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the fact that the theme presets are pretty top level definition. Like it looks like something that needs to be at the top level, so it would make more sense. But yeah, again, with the fucking thing that I said no about. For the sizes, does that make sense in my head? Kinda. There's something about the alignment that just doesn't work for me, so we'll see if I can change that. So we want the uh, theme mode right there to, I think, not have a title. I think that's gonna be a better option. And then I feel like the theme presets title is also as useless as it sounds. So just not having them would probably help to have like theme and design, and we have light, dark, or system, which makes sense. Presets that are here, like colorful, minimal, and realism that we can change in between things. The grid layout and the card styling make sense to have titles, and the background as a title makes sense as well. And then the brand colors um, is okay. I just feel like the text value is not the same as the other titles, which is wild to see and say. So that being my grid layout right there, if I go into the brand color and just do that, that makes sense. So now we have the same thing, and then the background right here, I feel like this is the same, so it's probably the spacing in between the elements. there. Yeah, that's wild. What's the difference? Is it just my space Y3? Vertical space of 3? Which I'm guessing, again, this is supposed to be... Yeah, that was... It was the thing. Um, hmm. That's better, but it's also kind of wild. I feel like the next text that I'd send is going to include one of the things that you need to do most of the time when you're using AI for building, which is I made some changes. Make sure you read the file before you do anything. Like, don't change my changes, basically. That will be the thing. I guess one of my issues right now is the central section and the interactive section that stands out more than they should. And it was fine to have the background at the bottom with the interactive section at the bottom because it was creating that white space-ish with the alignments. But now with all of the colors, that's not the case. One of the reasons why I do like this, however, is overall, I am getting something that is easier to manage because if you know you want to change the color of your theme, you'd be able to just do that quickly rather than having to do something else like move back at the top, even though it's not so much a difference. But, you know, small changes, small details might be important. But yeah, no, most importantly here, my issue is on the... Oh, it's on everything. The desktop spacing and mobile spacing is very much breaking in terms of layout understanding because their titles are white. And then the card layout or the card styling and the grid layout are also two things that are not in pure white. So you end up with some hierarchy of information that is reaching different portions. So that's not the greatest. Um, not the greatest. And then this is something that I've been fighting with since the beginning. This is in Pixel, this is in Pixel, this is in Pixel, this is in RAM, and you can switch to Pixel, but it doesn't do shit. Um, it's just like it doesn't make sense. Specifically because of that. Like if I switch from 24 pixel to RAMs, it's going back to 24 RAMs, which is not supposed to happen. So that is on a settings situation, not at that level. So that's debatable. Um, I feel like there are three things that are pissing me off, but I can't figure out what it is exactly to make it make sense. Um, so I made some changes. Make sure to keep them. Then in the grid and card sections, we want the input groups labels to not be white. We'll see if that works. So it's gonna need to use the secondary option. So that's good. Also, it's kind of wild to do that one by one instead of all at once, but I get it. Um, I think I know. I think I know. I don't like it, but I think I know. So basically, if we had this instead, let's say we have like a left icon inside and no button because that would make more sense. And then let's say we don't have the pound sign because it doesn't really matter on this input. If we had that with the monitor for desktop right here, and let me just do that instead. And then use the phone on the second one. Also, Figma is extremely slow right now. And then on the other side, get the. I don't think I have. Uh, I don't think I have that. I'm looking for the corner radius in my design tools, but I don't think I have an icon for the corner radius that we have done already. I'm guessing I can use another one that we already have. There is one in the Lucid icon that I know we can use, so that's something for sure. The other issue is that I don't know what I can use for the border, like the border is just not something we have. We have a minus. Um, and it could work, but yeah, I don't know. Shit, I used the fucking solid one. Um, so if I had this, if I had like the icons inside of the inputs and no labels, it could potentially help. The reason for this is it is closer to what we are used to when it comes to Figma behavior. You have your stroke and it's just an icon. You have your corner radius and it's just an icon on the edge. So that would kind of make sense. And therefore here we would reduce no title, nothing. That would be easier to basically work with. Um, but then it's just a matter of changing things on the edge. So let me just do a 24 here and a 16 there, and then I'm gonna use a 2 right here and a 1 right here. And from what we know, we need oh, we kind of do. We kind of do. Um, we need a help text or an help icon on the edge. That's gonna break. I'm looking for something at the edge to get the helper, the helper text. Let me see if I do that. I just want to make sure. I could do that with a button, but I don't want to use a button, but I could do that with a button that doesn't have an icon. So let me see. The right button, let's do right button link, and then no icon whatsoever, not even link, tertiary gray. And then that, like that's basically the ID. You want this to be like that. The only thing that I don't know is the corner radius, because I don't have it. The fact that Figma is so slow and I can't like have the lines properly working, this is crazy. Like I can't type. That would help me in a way to get the entirety of the system working. Because we have an icon in the front, we have the input in the center, and then we have an icon or the unit type on the edge. The only thing that pisses me off is the only one being rem being the corner, when that shouldn't be the case. Like 2 rems is also 24. I mean, not really, like that's 1.5 rems, and mobile is 1 rem, so that's the thing that I don't know. I feel like that would be easier to have for readability's sake. So going back to the usual thing, I'm just gonna use that as a reference. In that grid and card layout section, I kind of want to have no labels, icons in the input fields on the left side, followed by the input, and then on the far right, we want to display the value, which right now is pixel for all except the corner radius. We'll see if that works. I doubt it. based on how complex that change is, because this is going to take our shared CN input groups and have so much variations um, that it might not be a positive output whatsoever. Because that's, yeah, that's better, but that's not great. But that's better. Um, so that force refresh was a strong force refresh. Um, correct icons, so I'm fine with that. It's cleaner. I don't like the fact that it's like center line text input. Um, left align instead of centered. Maybe. That's crazy. Good. Okay. Um, that's better. That makes everything a bit tighter, which is, well, better for this use case specifically. Um, we will need tooltips on each icons with the correct field titles. But overall, that is pretty good. I feel like this is much better, much simpler. Again, I know I'm repeating myself when it comes to this, but it is something that I am building by designer for designers, and therefore it's going to help if we have an interface that makes sense for designers, which is the case right now with the icons and so on, but it also needs to make sense and be usable from like a regular user point of view, because that's not the case, you know, usual thing. So that's interesting. I don't know why it went with the left align tooltip, but whatever, it works. I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. I feel like this is better. I feel like this is better. The background type having um, no icons and being capitalized for everything similar to the presets is a debatable choice. I really don't understand how that is the case, but that is the case most of the times, and it makes no sense. When we change the inputs, for some reason, they don't take any inputs anymore. Oh my god. Oh. Um. This makes no sense. I really don't understand. I have tried to understand why, when I change the input field behavior or design, um, there are stuff that just don't work anymore.
I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere.
Which again, this means that because of these changes, um, I'm gonna need to revert to where we wanted to change the design, and that's gonna piss me off again. Oh, and this is why I have an heart issue. It's just these fucking tools are so infuriating in not following orders, and me being such a dumbass and not being able to understand the code itself is also the issue. So, that, no good. Overall, no good. And also, all of that is a lot of work for nothing. Um,
I dream about things way beyond this atmosphere.
let's see. Because right now, the LLM said it was because of the tooltip, but that's not the case.
Like a
Oh
sea
my god.
in the black sky.
Hmm. That is as vague as I could make it. It is so bad. I hate it. I hate it. All right, let's see. That works. That works. 225. Cool. God dang. Great. Oh my god, that took a while, but at least we have something that is working. So we have better inputs, which I think is going to be much better. We technically we have the option to not have them on top of each other based on the amount of space that we have here. It could be an option to get grid layout, mobile, and desktop next to each other, and then card styling, um, corner, and border and side by side. Let's see. You know what? Let's see. Let's keep all of that. Um, can we have the inputs horizontally aligned rather than vertically. Yeah, no. Um, let's see. I doubt it. It's gonna be fine though, but I doubt it. The reason why I'm doubting is because of the REM is probably a bit too close to the pixel. Um, but half distance, yeah, that's gonna be a pretty good option to make the whole thing tighter and less tall. But that's clipping. That is clipping, and I don't like this. Yeah. See, that's what I had in mind. Um, yeah, it could technically work. That's that's all I know. It could technically work. We could have the things aligned properly and be done with it. But because of the fact that this is now clipping and I'm seeing only one character instead of two, I am going to revert because it's not making any sense. So, usual thing, very much usual thing. I don't want to change that behavior. The only thing that I can do to make this entire thing a bit better is potentially shrink the container width, its total width, and then remove the presets of um, light blue and acid green sage thingy at the bottom so that it just would work, but I don't know. But it works. It is better. I'm gonna save this and see what we can do with it. Um, but theme model redesign, let's see if we have any linting in there. And we don't, which isn't good. Which is good. It still pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. It's still not what I want to have. There is still a lot of things in there that just don't make sense. And it's, as the title of the stream today implies, it is no more big features, big things that I need to add up to the whole system. Like, that's not the case anymore. That will not be the case for a while. But it's polishing and making sure that the things work as expected. Um, I might do that. I might do that. Now the background section, we want them side by side. And yeah, just side by side is probably going to be good because interactive could be something that is a bit shorter in width compared to the segmented control. That's based on the amount of text that we have, we should be good to divide everything by 2 when it comes to this and end up somewhere around here. And then the amount of space that we have there is not half of the container, so we should be good like this. To simplify, and the word interactive is uppercased, and we want that to not be uppercased, right? Just regular text right there. Make it interactive is going to be this. The reason why I'm doing this, by the way, and I'm changing them to side by side instead of being on top of each other, is for single line understanding of what section does what. But then, because I know that this thing is going to change from a segment in control that triggers the backgrounds and the things to something that is more like a drop-down selector, it's gonna be here, and then we have the interactive on the side. So that's the thing that I have in mind. Um, and then the icon is not necessarily a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. Both work. Um, we could have a bit of a small divider in between the two, but eh, that's not necessary. That is not necessary. So sorry for the flashbang on this one. I need to check the light mode now, which I should have checked before, but I didn't. All these things is working. The only thing that we don't like about the light mode is the background of our segmented control. The selected version is fine, but the background itself is just like not visible at all. It doesn't really matter, but it kind of does. So yeah. At least we started the right position, which was important in the beginning for me. Still visible, still visible, interactive is still visible as well. It's a bit too jiggly for what I like, but that sounds bad. But you know, that works. Everything is working. I'm pretty fine with it. I'm gonna send that as an update for the background section. And I tried earlier this week to change the behavior when it comes to the performance, but I can't figure out. I mean, I can figure out what to change, but it's just too complex for the current models that I have access to. When I have access to bigger models in 2 weeks exactly, um, I will be able to just change some of these performance things that I have in mind, including the slug and the other elements. But for now, we can just be there. Just be there and be happy with it. And that's gonna be fine. Uh, one of the things that I was thinking about for the color brand section, and we kind of talked about it before. Um, there or there have been a ton of color picker presentation that we did like, and things like the Figma color picker type is a pretty like good option overall, but it also expect the native color picker with the viable thing, which I don't know if I want to have and or display. There's that. The other thing is going back to what we did with Stony in 2022 in the beginning was user select one color, one style, one thing, and we decline all of the rest of the values instantly without having to change. This probable behavior is also something that is interesting when it comes to the background itself, to have like colors or gradients or different type of gradients and so on, but it doesn't really make sense. So we'll see what we do with the color picker. I feel like at the end of the day, I want to have something that is as simple as possible. I love the spatial color picker for many reasons. Um, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you again what I'm talking about. So if I change the color here, this is a very, very cute transition thing. And it just, you know, it just so happens to be really cool. But that's it. It's just really cool. It doesn't bring anything. It's organic. You know, that's just what it is. Uh, it could be added, but it's like not the best representation for what we want to achieve here. Not yet. At some point, maybe, but not today. Not today. So yeah, I feel like Color Pico itself could be a stacked version with two values and then the input above. Um, but yeah, it needs to remain uh, a viable extraction thing where the user select one color and then everything else is set for them by default without having to think about it too much. So it's a conversion from the Xcode to an HSL and or an OKCH transition color. And then from there, you have the color mix that is added in CSS directly with black or white based on the current theme and based on the current use cases. That's something that is a bit more heavy-handed than just picking up a color. So that's we'll see, we'll see. But like these things are fine. That's what they are. They're just fine. That's bad. We want great, not fine. So that's working. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. The grid is working. The preview for the themes is probably going to be working. I'm going to check that in a second. Davshi, hi, what going? How are you? How's the day going? Can I context user things? And put myself in timeout. Studying for interviews, that's crazy. It happens. I'm okay. I've known better days. It works. I'm fine with it. Cool. Um, it's fine. User would be able to change things, see things, interact with their cards and their menu and their whatever, and basically have the grid updated. No issues, everything is working, and then for some reason they refresh the page, and because they are in free tier, it goes back to the free tier, but the grid itself has not changed, and we're good with that. Cool. It should work. It should work. And now back in the paid tier, I have access to everything and I can change stuff directly there. No questions. Be done with it. Yeah. Yeah. What are you interviewing for? Are you selling your company? Getting a new job? That's working. I'm fine with it. As mentioned, I want this thing. I get it. Me too. Uh, I'm hoping that the regular behavior for most people that are coming to bed and creating their own profile is a one and done situation, right? You you get in, you get access to the thing, you say, okay, cool, let me just do my whole thing. You do your grid, you do your entire content, you figure out that you have 16 cards instead of 15, which is the minimum or the maximum for the free tier. And therefore you say, well, I'm gonna remain at 15 and it's gonna be fine. And then from there, you simply have the ability to say, um, I'm done. This thing is working. I'm fine with it. Everything is fine. The alignment is good. I have everything that I need. Nothing else. And then probably never gonna come back to this website except if you need more links to be added. But this is a one and done situation, and therefore the goal is to not count you as an active user, but as a regular user that just has the page, which I agree is very bad for monetization system because why would you pay on a monthly basis for something that is, um, well, basically free? Like something that you don't touch. So not basically free, but like something that you don't touch. So that's something that is not the greatest. Not the greatest. Um, but we'll see. That's the plan. At least that's the plan right now. And yeah, other than that, not much. Other than that, not much. Um, Everything is working. Everything is presented. That transition was really bad, but that's fine. And I feel like everything is pretty good so far. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that my titles are moved from regular um, text to non-regular text. Like they go into capitalization for no reason. So some of them make sense, some of them don't make sense. If only I could type. Was that happening? Ah, I don't like that. Yeah, I hope this is just a rendering issue and nothing else, because it isn't supposed to happen like so. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't really care at this point. I feel like my data when it comes to convex is okay. We should be pretty fine. The only thing that I don't understand is the analytics of convex. They don't give me any information that I care about. So yeah, I don't I don't know if it's good or bad or not. Like there are things with percentage that just doesn't make sense to me because I don't have the skills to read these stuff. But it doesn't matter. Oh my god. Wow. I think we're good for this one for today. Um, I don't see any other sections that necessarily need something very specific where we need the data like right now. But yeah, that should be pretty fine. That should be pretty fine. That's the only thing that I'm debating. Basically, these two buttons from Bento in the bottom left, sorry, that are giving you the login option. So you can just log into your own Bento account if you have one, and or explore like other people's Bento if that's a thing that exists. So this is an interesting point. And then the other thing is when you are logged in, you are getting these values. You have your settings, you have your no views yesterday with the amount of views that you've seen on the day prior to today, which is a simple thing to do, but it works. And that could be something that I add with the amount of views for the previous days that you are interested in potentially getting into the analytics section, which is a paid feature, and see, you know, if this is something that you want to get in or not. Like full analytics is on the paid plan, and therefore potentially converting by simply having that here. The issue that I have with the current understanding and definition of this is that even though it is a very good idea to place these elements here, it would basically require and or create a duplicate of what Bento currently have, and therefore that's not necessarily a good differentiator, I'd say. So yeah, I don't know. I'm debating on this one to either get my views at the top, which is a pretty okay option, probably remove the undo and redo buttons, but keep the Control Z and Command Z system working just to simplify that section, and then maybe reorganize the stuff to have settings, analytics, upgrade, or keeping upgrade here. Maybe, I don't know. Um, I don't know, but it's more of a layout thing than anything else. So that's the thing. Shit. Okay. Okay, I see something that is not good. I see something that is absolutely not good, and the thing in question is the sync is supposed to pause the sync when you're typing stuff in inputs. Like basically when you're on focus on inputs, it's supposed to go into sync pose, which is basically the same thing as here. Like right now, nothing has changed, so everything is the same. No change happens. As soon as I change something, consider I moved into sync poses right there. So I'm waiting. It goes to orange, and that's just waiting for sync. If that closes, it's gonna sync automatically, which is good. But it was supposed to do the exact same thing for the inputs, and right now that's not the case. If I start typing here, I'm getting weird thing. So that's bad. Gas face. Hi, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? Oh, is that what happened? Oh, it might be. Oh, I hate it. Basically yesterday when I was working on the transition in between the two thing to get something that kind of makes a bit more sense, it probably switched the way that the inputs inside of the cards behaved and therefore removed some of the things here and there, which is bad. What? Mm. That's require a dedicated chain rather than this one. Uh, or I could just go back into the things, but yeah. Um, I see. That's a very American thing to do. uh, but I mean, technically, I get it. You don't have worker. What do you say? Um, it's not safety. It's the other one. Um, security, kinda. And you don't have sick days as a human right. I know. I know. There is a girl in the bakery that I go to for some of the cakes that I buy that um, has had. I talked about it before. She fell down in the stairs in the subway, and she scratched her knee on the steps. And she was fine. She just brushed it off and fine. And then the next day it was hurting, and then the next day it was hurting, and then she went to the hospital, and it's been 3 months that I haven't seen her uh, because there has been like an infection that was going through the nervous system, and that was not good. And so we didn't know if the leg was supposed to be amputated or not, because sometimes. But she was on bed rest and in the hospital for the past 3 months. I haven't seen her again. I need to go back to the bakery to see if she came back, or at least talk to the boss to see if they have news. Um, but she's still employed in that bakery thing as a staff member, and yeah, she's getting worker benefits. She's getting everything that she needs to get. In the meantime, they may have like to cut her off after 3 months of nothing, but when she comes back, if she comes back, maybe she's dead, I don't know. She still has a job. Like she can just come back and say, "Well, I would love to come back and work here," and then they will be like, "Yeah, fine, we're good." So that's something that you don't have. Unlimited PTO, unlimited sick days. The thing that happened with my company as well is like, technically speaking, if I get fired from a job, I am entitled to 75% of my salary for the next year, and then I think it switched to 50% on the second year if I haven't found something. Um, and that's like a government thing. And because I did quit my job, um, I I couldn't receive anything, but I don't care. But yeah, for the whole year, for 2 years in total, I think it's maximum of 2 years. Um, and after that, you need to prove that you are making an effort to find a job. So that's the thing. But um, yeah, the usual thing is the severance package is supposed to be interesting when you are getting fired, but when you're not getting fired, it's just like uh, the simple thing of quitting. You don't get the benefits or as much benefits. Okay, so in all of our cards, we used to have a sync pose system in place when the user was typing in any of the editable fields to avoid syncing after each keystrokes, but it doesn't seem to still be there. Oh my god. Mm, I am hurting today. It's crazy. I know why, but don't worry about it. But this hurts. Holy shit. Ah, I think I misspoke. uh, Typing in any of the editable fields in the front of the card. Yep, that's the detail that I needed to make sure that needed to be there. But yeah. Because otherwise it's gonna change things or do the same thing for the back of the card, which is requiring to be almost instant in order to make things make sense. But we'll see. I mean, technically, the back of the card is not supposed to be instant either, because otherwise you get like a link refresh for every single keystroke, which is not a good idea. So we'll see. Also, let me just, by the way, get that checked in order to make sure, just making sure. That's the right one, god damn it. Um, I think that's the place. But now obviously I don't know. Um, okay, that seems to work. Seems to be working. This is interesting. The reasoning section basically said that the thing is in place, but apparently there's a code that is not working, but also it's been 3 times that's the reasoning section said, I found it. but it's like not. Um, there is so many butt weight that happens. um, the sync system is still in place, but there's a subtle problem with how it's working. Let me trace through. Well, blah 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 blah. Incorrectly, but the issue they bounce autosave during typing, still calling the sync function, even though it gets queued. And the original system likely didn't autosave at all while typing and only saved on blur. Yeah, that was the thing, which was much better. Um, I'm guessing that's probably going to work. I'm going to refresh that just in case. uh, yeah, that's the thing that I don't like. Okay, so um, so I don't know if it works or not. I'm trusting, which is bad. I'm trusting the indicator in the header to tell me if the content is synced or not. Also, I just noticed that. That's really bad. I pressed the button twice, probably. I probably did press the button twice. My bad. My bad. Um, yeah. That's usually what happens. I implemented something that is supposed to be an LED presentation right there to say like everything is synced and not synced, and then based on that, it's supposed to change value, but then it doesn't because of, well, regular things. So now, um, it's supposed to change when I'm starting typing here, because that is not synced. Well, technically, this is not supposed to be synced. And I don't know. Doesn't change. Type in the fields of the cards. It does work here, though. That's the thing. Moving there, it works, but not there. Hmm. Hmm. Good catch. Good catch. Nothing was basically happening until I move out um of the input. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see if that changes. I doubt it. It does. Cool. It's just a visual indicator, so it doesn't really change anything, and the amount of changes that has happened here is mostly like comments on stuff, changing the amount of time or delays. So that doesn't really change stuff. It doesn't really matter. But you know, right there we can keep that. Keep that and say that it's fine. At least for now, it's fine. good starting point. Um, yeah, that makes no sense. That specific thing makes no sense. So let me explain why it doesn't make any sense, and maybe you will agree with me. We have a setting menu, in which case it has a title that is called settings, an option to view the public page, an option to see the analytics, and an option to log out. None of this is settings related. Everything in there is additional stuff. So if I were to like remove or do something about this to get, like, as I said, remove the undo and redo buttons because they are not useful. You can use your keyboard for that. It works, kinda. Um, and then get the view public page as a button, analytics as a button, and log out as a button. That's 3 buttons, which is basically, guess what? 1, 2, 3. So I have 3 buttons that could be basically split inside of the header. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the positioning. I feel like putting them left to the upgrade button makes sense, but um, hmm, exactly. Is the right answer. But yeah, I think that's gonna be what we do. So the card sync is done. Um, let's work on the editor header where we want to remove the undo redo buttons since the keyboard shortcuts can take care of that. And then remove the settings menu and have old menu rows. And yeah, no. Old menu. You know what? 1 second. I think I know what I'm missing. Nope, I'm right. Cool. Old menu rows in the header directly. Uh, so we end up with public view, analytics, log out. Vertical divider, and upgrade button. It's that's gonna be the easiest thing to do. I feel like. I fear though the amount of time I spent on the logout button to make sure it works. That um yeah. Let's see if that works. Mm-hmm.
Wake up.
Again, the logout in regular localhost thing is working all the time. So testing that gonna need to be tested in production, and I hate doing that, but that's probably the case. Um, that's gonna piss me off. Analytics are gonna need to be gonna need to do the same thing. Analytics are gonna be needing that badge of this is your free user and you don't have access to this, which is basically that view, which is not necessarily a good option, but at least it works with the upgrade required view. The default view, which is going to be that, that makes sense. This one hasn't reset it properly. Sorry for the flashbang, by the way. I don't really have a choice, and I know you are in pixelated view, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. Um, you don't need to see that nonetheless. And then my logout is, oh, no, I should be fine. Um, that badge is supposed to be here as well, but that's fine. Um, I think the only stuff that I need to do here is the insurance that gets condensed into the mobile version when necessary, because the mobile view of this is just inexistent. So yeah, that's the thing in question. Um, nonetheless, I don't know. I didn't check. You think I checked? I'm not checking that. Logout seems to work. Obviously, we are in testing mode, so that doesn't count, but I'm gonna still say that it's okay. Um, it depends. So first of all, I don't know. That's the first thing. In Lighthouse on desktop, I don't know. I have no clue. I need to remember that this fucking button exists. Um, yeah. No, Valor, work on it. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while. This is Cursor. Hmm. Yeah. I'm guessing this is uh, the accessibility and so on, but we'll see. We'll check that. Cursor is good. You get ads per cursor? That's crazy. That's fine for the landing page, obviously. Um, like that's an okay thing. I obviously I know better things, but that's a fine enough value. Performance could be improved for sure, but we never know. And then here, if I just uh, reset that and check this out, I doubt that this is gonna be good, but we never know. Stitch is shit, but yes, I have. um, yeah, that's not great. I need to figure that. I need to figure that out. But you're right. Probably a lot of effects and others that could. Um, mm, mm, yeah, I see. Yeah, no, you're right. That's the Mapbox content. Mapbox is only here. Technically, I need to load the tile once, and then you're done with it. So that should be much faster. Um, it's so let me explain everything. um, the main issue that we have with YouTube, just load. The main issue that we have with the current activities is one of my most popular video, which is the Exploring Galileo video. This is what uh, Google Stitch is. Galileo AI is what they have acquired. And the issue that I have with it is that Galileo on its own is exactly what Stitch is, and nothing has changed since they acquired it. So when you go into what Galileo is exporting or creating, we have the previews around here, creating 3 designs at a time. The main issue that we have and the main complaints that I had in that whole video was the explanation that are going to be underneath each of the things. Um, I kind of talked about it here, is that nothing in here was true. They were defining and like explaining stuff as if detailing the designs, but that made no sense. They said in these ones specifically, they said that it was like 3 very different designs, but they are all the same basically, and so on. When um, Galileo still happened and so on, we made a secondary video about it on what changed because it was like a year later. Nothing changed. Um, the entirety of the thing was exactly the same thing, and the output, the presentation, and the content of what was presented was exactly the same fake environment things to showcase design that were not the same than the descriptions. And lastly, when we decided to take a look at what happened with Galileo joining Google, The outputs were the exact same thing. It was now limited to one design at a time instead of three, and uh, the explanations here are wrong as well. As well. So all of that, all of that acquisition to then end up on something that is shit, still shit, is really sad for me. And so Stitch right there is still now better based on the fact that we are probably using redesign with another banana and the other things for the visual stuff. But if I re-ask, the usual streaming platform homepage with a purple accent color. This is the exact prompt that we've used every time. Um, I think based on how I know how LLM works now, I might need to um, add something, um, as in not the landing page, but like regular in-house page. It doesn't really matter. Um, but let's see. Um, yeah, the thing is, I mean, my main issue with it was when they acquired it, nothing changed. Like it was basically the exact same thing. So Galileo was ported to Google, changed their name, and that's it. And then 6 months later, same thing. And now, again, I have hopes because I know how better the Google model have been. But at least we have two designs. Interesting. Uh, so that's something. Apparently, I asked for three designs at a time, maybe. Estimated time 10 seconds. If I get a heart attack on the reveal, that would be really good. Would be really good. You can say that Google Stitch killed me. Oh my god. This is so slow. This is so slow. Oh! Holy shit. I would have the code and the output in cursor already. Oh my god. Or I would be seeing something in pencil already. Holy fuck. Ah, I get it. I get it. It's probably generating some images and assets. That is usually what takes the longest. Um, but man, all right. What I want is the description because the design is much better than what we used to have. So that's good. We have a proper. Let me just save that. Um, we have a proper header with the right data, which is kind of weird, but whatever. A cover, some trending things, the genre, and then the thing that you're currently watching, and then the footer, which is on its own. That's fine. However, have you used a website before? If I have on my homepage a header like this, I'm not getting a sidebar like this on the inside. Like if I go to home and I'm on home and I'm here on home, I, what the fuck? First thing. Then, um, and then that's gonna piss me off again. They say I've designed two variations for your streaming platform homepage with purple accent. The purple accent is true. I agree with that. Streaming platform home, a cinematic layout featuring a large hero section with a bold purple watch now button in horizontal carousel, and then a streaming home, a grid layout, a sleek sidebar driven interface with a masonry grid for content discovery and purple to black gradient accent. All right? Hmm? Cool. Um, the big watch now button in purple, that makes sense. That's good. We good with that. We have the trending carousel, which is right here, so all of that is good. However, however, they said something along the line of a sleek sidebar-driven interface with a masonry grid. I don't see any fucking masonry grid here. I see a central column, but I don't see a masonry grid. Which, you know, I mean, it's fine. It's a small detail, but it's fine. And then officially, what they say is that this second one has a gradient from purple to black. And I kind of can see that this is darker than here, but I'm not sure that this is a very good gradient overall. So that's not true either. So both of these have potentials, but it's not necessarily good. And if I'm just, copying that and going into a tool that you probably know, which is Figma, and let's use our usual thing with a simple new page that we have like a blank canvas. If you go into the first draft section and you say that you want a basic site or site wireframe or something, and you want a streaming platform homepage with a purple accent color, which is the exact same prompt, and then you just say make it, it's going to take less time, not really, but less time. And you have the thing inside of a Figma file directly, and it might not be good, but you have most of the things done pretty quickly. And the thing that takes the most time is the image generation, because for some fucking reason they decide to just generate images for everything instead of just giving me like the wireframe version of it, which is fine. But, they could use Unsplash instead of generating images. But now I have this, and I can change the values, how I want them to be, and so on. So obviously I just changed into different colors. That didn't work for the purple things. But I have it here, and it's better because it's directly inside of Figma. And it's not really a good thing. I don't have like an output of what has been created and generated, but at least it's fine. So that's to me, that's a bit of a better overall environment to do stuff than Stitch. But yeah, overall, right now, I don't have anything AI generated that is good or at least great um, that I can recommend other than Pencil. And that's the thing that we've been talking about for the past 2.5 weeks now, where we did that without the purple accent. Um, but this is what happened basically on the first. Uh, Stony, hi, welcome on in. On the first draft, roughly. So, you know, like it's not necessarily better, but it is better, and also it's a bit of a different concept. This is like a stream overlay setup, whatever. So, Like if I very much be straight in the prompt, like design a streaming platform homepage with a purple accent color. I just want to see what Claude is doing. That's it. Um, it's probably going to be very, very basic, but um, you know, I should have given it like a lot more information, and I know that. I'm aware, but by default, it's getting into component by component, understanding what needs to happen, uh, and providing like a proper ish thing. If I was not as boring as what I just did with the request that I made of design a streaming, like a homepage for a streaming platform, which is the most boring thing, I could have said, design a homepage for a streaming platform inspired by Disney Plus iPad app, for example, um, or like basically giving it some reference image as something to get inspired by, and so on. Um, this is taking a lot more time, or technically, it probably takes the exact same time as Google One, but at least I see what's happening. Like that's the most important thing I think for me, for just saying, well, I see that it's working, therefore I can just let it do its thing, do my whole stuff on the side, check the Discord, whoever is live, whatever, and then come back to this later and have the entire thing of the thing done when these four tasks have been done. But that's the option. So rather than you spending time and money on Stitch, just go there. Pencil is better, and it's free. Ah. No, I mean it's free, but it's not free. It's free. You just need to connect your own Cloud account. So if you have a Cloud account, then you're good. It's that easy. It is that easy. I would say the only thing that is kind of annoying with these generation thing is the fact that specifically I'm asking for purple hue, purple accent color for the app itself. And because I'm saying purple accent color, it's getting a purple accent color for everything. So for everything that is UI related, which is exactly what I was asking for, but also for any images that needs to be generated or selected, it's going to take one of the purple hue image, which end up with something that feels cohesive and coherent overall. But yeah, um, like that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not great either. You know, you have you have your header, which is fine. You have your trendings, which should have been a carousel. I know I said it. Your categories, and then the thing that you have currently watching, and that's all good. Like it's all fine, and then you can just come in, change, make some adjustments if you need to, um, transform something into like a component, and then reuse that multiple times. Eh, it's so much better. But for me, it's better than this. But it's the same thing. Like if you look at it closely, in terms of logistic and the thing that they have created, both of these have a big header with the watch now and the watch now, and then the trending and trending, and then the categories, which we don't have here, but we had on Pencil, and then at the bottom, the one that you have currently watching, and that's the same thing. So it was the exact same process. It was the exact same sections at the same time, at the same spots, different design, but that's about it. So, yeah, eh, overall they are all creating things that are like not great. We've seen better. We have seen much better outputs overall, and yeah, that's not the greatest. And actually, you're right. I should take a look at White Lighthouse a lot more in details than what we've done here. I feel like the probability of Lighthouse being able to run through cursor and then cursor make some adjustments is probable, or Cloud Code directly is a potential thing as well to make sure that we have something that makes more sense. Um, 83 in performance here seems to be related mostly to the outdated JavaScript things, so that's good to know. Um, but yeah, I never think about performance um, on Lighthouse. I mean, let me rephrase that. I never think about performance uh, on desktop because I don't work for desktop 99% of the time. I do check on mobile, specifically like with my 9 years old Android phone and entry of the line, $200, not even 150, 170 box Android phone, so that we have like low end ish devices. Uh, but yeah, desktop not really. Kinda, hi, welcome in. How are you? New emotes? That new? That, that feels new. Feels like a new emote. How are you? How's the day going? Um, but yeah, I agree. I agree. So yeah, uh, Valo, that's the thing. Uh, so far we have no real good design stuff. Uh, there is the uh, anything.com, which is a potential. We don't know yet. I haven't tried them yet because it's kind of it's kind of expensive if you like it. So that's why I don't try it. But based on what they have presented, it seems to be pretty cool. Not gonna lie, most of the obviously curated and selected output have been really good. So if you are interested in checking them out, maybe check anything, which is basically the same as the Nothing phone. They wanted to have something to be the words that we know, but I'm guessing this landing page has been auto-generated as well, and that contrast ratio right here is top notch, on point. I can read everything right there. I can read everything right here, but not right there like that. Not the case. So yeah, that's wild. Nonetheless, overall, it's pretty good. It has like a very good um, output based on what we can see. So as always, curated data, curated presentation will always win on landing pages. There is that. There is another one that I forgot the name, obviously. And lastly, there is the newest, I guess. Um, let's see if I can find. Can we not access these? That's not an option anymore. Um, yeah, Joshua is doing the. I don't know how to pronounce this fucking thing. Esteron. Hysteron plugin. It is an AI assistant inside within. the Figma interface, and so you can. It's basically the same thing as Pencil, but like directly inside of Figma. The only issue that I have with it is um, it is paid a per credit situation, and it is an external thing. So it's not necessarily something that is going to be um, like easy to get access to. Like you will need to get some credits. It's not like it's paid by default. So that's kind of sad. But I wish we could like plug our own API and accounts. Like if you have a Cloud Code account or something, you could just plug it in. Nonetheless, it is something that works directly inside um, of Figma, and we like that person. Joshua is good. So with that in mind, we support the people that we like, and therefore that's a pretty good option. But yeah, like that's one of the things that I would say. This new plugin is probably a good option. The probability of other people starting to do the exact same thing inside of Figma for free or with API Connect and so on is very, very big. So we will probably have more in the future, but for now, that's not the case. It will come though. That is a for sure thing. Um, but yeah, that's where we are. That is where we are so far. Sorry, that's the wrong link. That was the wrong link. Where are we? 27? 27? 27 users. Nice. We'll see if your recommendations, Tony, are gonna uh, make some people pay. I don't know. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. Um, I need a pee though. That's the thing that I need to do. 1 second. Anyways, so yeah, I think that's overall what we have when it comes to generated UIs and so on. Like most of the things are gonna be pretty static, as far as I know. Um, the only potential is the latest Kimi K 2.5, but that's also like um, not necessarily like the best thing, and we don't really have. That's not the one. We don't really have a lot of information, and 2.5 when it comes to its visual generation. There has been like a ton of things that are Uh, Not bad. Again, like it's not bad content, it's not bad generation, specifically with some of these things, with the creativity behind the creations. But like that's a very, very simple and easy thing to do for Kimi, and that's gonna get better with time. Um, Obviously, there has been like this one was one of the worst presentation for me. I get it in terms of understanding. Like basically, it's going through. Oh, we have um, this as a video input, and then we have that as a Kimi output of what it is, which is interesting enough. It's not great, but for the understanding of what did happen and what needs to happen in each of the things, it is pretty impressive. So that to take into consideration as well. Um, but that model specifically is not available everywhere, even though not available at all yet. But yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I need to find. Dang. Nope. Dang. Um. Dang is the thing that I'm looking for. So my go-to editor, which is the first one, which is supposed to be the first one in the button, we are supposed to have a padding front that I need to change. So that doesn't make sense. Basically, what I want to have is a tad more spacing next to the go, and so I can do that differently with either having space right there and be done with it, or I can add something, but obviously I don't know. H12 with the height and PX 8. So my padding in X is 8, and we want to keep it at X, what, at 8 on the right side, but we want it at 12 on the left side. So if I remember correctly, if I'm not a dummy, this is PL 12 and then PR 8, and then it's PL um, PR12. I think that's gonna be the thing. Hmm. It should. But then that didn't change a slice of anything. Oh my god. One day I'll figure it out, but it's not today apparently. Um so in the landing page on the go to god damn button, we want more padding on the left side of text, but it doesn't work. That's my usual thing. I've been saying that all the time, and it's just like I'm trying the thing. I'm trying to add like my PL different and so on, but apparently it just doesn't work. um, expecting it to work, but yeah, no. So I don't know. Oh, and now we have like to make things important. This that's a zoomed in thing. This seems to me to be the most rule breaking things. Like adding exclamation mark important on everything in CSS is not gonna help. Yeah, that's still not gonna work. Let me just put that at 24 to see if that changes anything, but I have doubts. Yeah, it doesn't. Um, keep that at 12. And I don't know what can happen and how these things can happen. That's gonna be the main thing. I do not know. All I know is that I want this thing to work. Like right here, that button, it needs to have like a bit more space, but it doesn't change anything. Uh, that's the sad part. I see. It needs to change there as well as here, but that's way too much. So let me revert to this, that we have like the base thing, so that we have that with my 12, which is not really good. But if I do that with, even though that's bad, but whatever, let's just keep that as an important, that's too much. And then if I do 10 instead, that's gonna be okay, but then I can't, I don't think 9 exists. Yeah. Um, but then again, that's not gonna work on this one. So that's the thing. Uh, and on mobile, we want, let's say 10 on here, 10 on there as well, so that it's uniform. So that's good. Still use 10 everywhere, so that, small values, whatever, is kind of centered. And we want to do the same thing on the non-logged in, which is a start stacking button right here. So then it's probably going to need our px 4. 4. Sorry. uh, 4. Can I PL8 right there? And PL4 on this one, just for the checks. That's working. But then X at 10 is fine for the medium version. So I guess we should be good. I guess we should be good. I don't really like the entire thing, but that's fine enough. Yeah. I guess. I guess that would do the job. And I did that on my own. No, that's not true. I mean, I figured out where it was, but I didn't know exactly how to do the things. So at least we have something here that is good enough. Let me just check if that goes through. Button padding is what we've done. And see if that can go through, which is going to be good. Boy. Yeah, for now, that's going to be the base. That is going to be the base. Hmm. I'm going to wait for the deployment to happen, and then we're going to see in production if something happened in there. Let me just, I'm curious now. um, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm curious about the lighthouse on Bento to see what was their rendering performance thing. Uh, you know, from a performance point of view. Cool. So I'm better than Bento in everything except the performance. Good, I guess. Um, I'll ask in a second if Cursor Cloud has access to Lighthouse inside of Cursor directly. If that's the case, we can go through the whole thing, and then yeah, hope it works. I think the most important thing is going to be the disabling of some of these extension while the test is happening. Like, yeah, it's a bit more complex to do. But we can do that here. Uh, to the browser, Lighthouse, Lighthouse. Um, Usual question, can you use Lighthouse in here? Mm-hmm. There is instruction.md for that. That's good. Um, Chapter page. Let's see the native Lighthouse performance of the auditing capabilities, which is kind of sad. Speed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the thing is, PageSpeed web.dev is not going to work with the localhost stuff, I guess. Um, but then since it's published and deployed, I guess yeah. The thing is, that it's probably not going to work. Probably not going to work. Mainly because it's going to have the homepage, which is only 83 in performance, but the rest is green, so that's not exactly what we want. The thing that we would like to see is the editor section, and that is probably not going to work unless unless I'm logging in inside of cursor data. So we'll see. We'll see if that can figure out something. I don't know. I doubt it though. I really do. And that goes back to some of the things that I've been saying last year, I guess, if not before that. I wish I knew. I wish I knew how to read. I could stop there. I wish I knew how to read these Lighthouse performance attempts and presentations and so on, because my understanding here is extremely limited. And if I just go through like the analyze the page thing that we just went through earlier, I'm getting a pretty good score overall, I feel like, but I don't know how to read it, and I don't know how to expand on it or learn something about it other than the fact that it's like an overall 87 in performance, which is not bad, but it's not great. Like 90 is the green, so you are aiming for 90. There are some Chrome extensions that are rendering like the load performance not being so good, so that's fine. And like that's the thing. I don't really know. I don't really know how to read this, and I don't know exactly what needs to be checked in order to have like the proper recap. So that's kind of sad for me. Also, yes, my robot.txt doesn't exist. I have a LLM dot or a model.llm instead, which is more interesting because robots are now LLMs, so it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I wish I knew. I wish it made sense. It doesn't. I'm gonna try this. I don't think this is gonna work either. Or be good in any way. I feel like we're gonna be very, very low. Yeah. My SEO is good though. SEO be good. But 63, oh my god. Very fast with the first content paint, but the first content paint is just the loading the kitchen, so that makes no sense. Like that's that thing right here. And then it takes like a good second before it just loads something. Like 3 seconds in total. So not great. The dang. Like I would love that. For my understanding, like this would make a lot more sense if I could just figure out what was written in there, because even if I read it, it will not make any sense. That's sad. Everything is loaded multiple times, that's what I can see. Oh, that's the reason. I get it. Since I made the changes for the animation transition in between the two states of my design definitions right here, so that you can have like this nice transition in between the two states. Um, each of the images are loaded even if they are not displayed. So right now, this image here contains this one hidden. And then when I'm here, this background image contain the initial logo of YouTube uh, as well somewhere. So you have like that transition in between the two that is technically going to be like smaller. I'm guessing this is because of Lighthouse right now. Uh, but yeah, that's the that's the sad part. Also, that's bad, but we technically don't have such a interesting placement. But yeah, I will need to figure that out. I'll need to figure that out. Um, there's a lot of things that use clients, which are not necessary, so that's good. I'm guessing the only thing that we can change is the performance when it comes to the landing page. Anything that is in the editor is going to need a lot more uh, recap. I'm almost certain that Lighthouse exist within the ID. Like there is probably an option for an extension somewhere for the Lighthouse um, analysis tools. So that might be something that I do at some point. I don't know, but so far, you know, it's it's fine. That's wrong. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Um, what do you mean SSE? You say that as if I know what it means. That is not the case. Uh, yeah, I can't. The the reason why I can't, hi, what morning? The reason why I can't is because the I'm currently on the free tier of Cloudflare Worker stuff. If I move the content to Edge or server-side rendering, I am above the free tier, and at this instance, I cannot afford to um, get there. So I can't. I will probably never go past. Like right now, I am this close to be past the limit of their 3 megs whatever thingy. And every time that I'm uploading something new, that's new. I I need to like figure out, and it's kind of not working most of the times. So yeah. Why did I land? That's the first time in months. Um, yeah. Yeah, since Stony was right. Stony was absolutely right in teasing is a very good ID. And that way you, as the user that is like loaded in light mode, you have the ability to just go in it and say, well, I want the thing to be in dark mode all the time, or follow the system, or see all of the other designs that we have. Maybe you like pink, maybe you have your own pink, and you can change the Xcode right here. And you can discover that, oh, the background has something and they are animatable, or if you want like background shapes and so on, and you have the things and you can just see how your page would look in that thing. And then if you have selected system, you would have, the ability to see in both themes for everyone so that you can just play with it and so on. And that, based on what Stony has said, makes a lot of sense. But then when you refresh the page, it simply revert everything to its initial state without the background. Um, and so now you're like, well, you know what? Maybe I can, maybe. So, yeah, the thing that I need to check though is this. Is this working? Yes, it is. I know, it's crazy. I can log in and log out. I don't know how I did it, but goddamn. So yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think there is a thing that, like, server-side rendering is the option. It's kind of the case. Everything is on the edge, edge server, whatever. I don't know exactly what it means, but that's what the thing is saying. And it's supposed to be more efficient. It kind of is more efficient, but as expected. Uh, so yeah, I need to figure that out. There is a lot of performance issues, and therefore it will be a lot of lighthouse tests and other performance tests that we can do inside of Cursor directly would be the best. But if it's not the case, it's not the case. That's fine. That's fine. This has been pissing me off since the beginning. Let me just check. just I'm just in need of a check right here. I don't think it's good. I think it's pretty bad, to be honest. Um, yeah. um, that's what, 4 points, 2 points, yeah, roughly. It's 2Ds. Just a smidge. It just need to be exactly equal. And kinda, I don't think it was Claude. I think it was mostly, I think it was mostly Grok and Gemini for the log in, log out thing. Claude really didn't help at all. It doesn't it doesn't change. Is it the same fucking thing where I need this now? It is. God damn it. That's bad. Um, that's better, but it's still bad. I wish I had like the my Figma environment things because it would make so much more sense. Uh, yeah, so 3 is not good. 4 is fine, but it's a bit too much because it's, well, a bit too big. But it's better than nothing, so I'm fine with 8. Crazy. It's fine, don't worry about it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Um, yeah, everything is fine. You didn't see anything. It's nothing happened. Let's keep that, even though it's kind of shit. But like that basic, I mean, the fact that I have a PL4 and a PL4 basically mean that my PX4 is it's all I need. Like I don't need more than that. It's just like in the x-axis, we want the same thing on both sides, and it's shit, but I'm fine with it. I'm not. I'm not. You can tell. You can tell I'm not. This is bad for my health. um, all sync. Oh my god. All changes. All changes synced right there. So that's the tooltip content thingy. And then we wanted to just remove the parenthesis when changes are pending because it makes absolutely no sense to have that. And yeah, I could go with saved instead of pending. I get that. I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. That's good. And so if I start typing here and doing things after like 2 seconds of no activities, it's going into change pending, which is good. And then if I just go there and click outside, it's thinking. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Everything is good. Everything is good. Analytics will be accessible, logout is working, upgrade is working, everything is fine with that. The only thing that I don't understand is if you look closely, you need to look like very closely. When I'm clicking the button again, the whole model is basically shifting because the button itself is shifting its width, and therefore there is a bit of a micro shift in the save or the close of that model, so that's a non-good thing, you know. So we'll see. But yeah, I guess so far that header is pretty good. Let me just save that. Send it. These two important values, by the way, are really bad. I don't think it's a good idea for me to keep them and have them. But yeah. Also, Dapshi, regarding the fucking thing from earlier, basically the deployment is fine, but there is a thing related to the size where I sometimes when I change the things with the edge function to render server side, I'm going from this value for the amount of size, which is fine, to basically 13, and that's past the limit or something. But yeah, it's just bad. It is just bad. It shouldn't, like the route is very simple, but some fucking reason it doesn't work. So yeah. Like, I don't know what the F means. Edge function, I guess. Um, it's just, yeah. Non-wording. Non-wording. I could put the landing page on the edge function for sure. That's not something that would bother me. But then knowing the fact that the editor itself is non-rendering at a very good performance when it comes to what we see inside of the lighthouse stuff, that I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna do that. Probably not gonna do that. Oh my god, I just saw something that doesn't exist. I forgot about this tooltip of view pricing staircase, and it needs to change. That's what it is. It needs to change. So pricing staircase right there. Um, do we need the tooltip? It makes, I mean, the things say upgrade, so we don't necessarily need the whole tooltip to be in there. Like the tooltip content. The thing is that it is encapsulated into a tooltip trigger, but I'm guessing that would uh make sense. I can just remove the word staircase and be done with it. That's good enough for me. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Uh, I wish. I wish people were more aware that Vento is dying because, well, it's necessary. People need to know. People need to know. I'm happy with Miggy finding it. I feel like some of these people would benefit highly of getting like a brand new thing right here. I could 100% just see that as an imported stuff. The thing is, right now, this whole import is, well, he would have his first section because we only have something along the line of 15 cards for free. So, yeah, not the greatest, but eh. But also it's a very good thing. I like to look at other designers to take a look at what they have specifically here, because now I can see in that format there is a specific need for what needs to happen, and I know that I could probably export and extract the thumbnail of a video when it's a video link, like a direct YouTube video link. So that's something that I need to do, and ensure that my YouTube cards, it's behaving properly, so that my export is good. And then I still don't know how they did it, but like these ones are really cool. And I wish I could do the same for Instagram, but I can't because I don't have access to fucking API stuff. So yeah, that is the current situation. Um, but that's good. So let me see if I paste direct YouTube video link. We need to export the thumbnail as OG image. Question. That is gonna be a question. Question about the link cards for YouTube direct video links like this. Do we use the thumbnail as the OG image for everything, or nah? And we'll see. While that is entering, I need to refill the bottle. 1 second. It's still not done. It's still not done. That's crazy. Um, all right, it's done. Timing was good. Timing was pretty good. Um, YouTube direct video links. The system used the video thumbnail as the OG image. The link card in the link card, meaning that if I'm getting here and I'm adding a direct link, what we just did right there, I should export the thumbnail directly where it needs to be, which is pretty good, which also means that when I'm here, we will have the full thing. And then if I change the theme with the minimal theme, we should have the thumbnail at the bottom, which is very much similar to what we have in Bento, even though we do have a lot more space. And the format is a bit different, but it makes sense. So Miggy should be able to get that working. However, this makes no sense. That watch thing makes absolutely no sense. Why is that the case? Because this is watch. That's crazy. I never noticed that there is the fucking watch in the title, but fine. I guess. I unaware. I go there. Do we have the watch in the title? No, break. Hi, we're going in. We do have the watch in the title. Okay, cool. That's interesting. That's interesting. What is this thing? It's the transition. Ah, yeah. Goddamn. How are you? How's the day going? Hmm. 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 We have an announcement. We don't have an announcement. So that's good. I just noticed that the fav icon for watch is wildly not the YouTube logo. So I might have to override it because that was shit. That preview was really shit. I'm not gonna lie. This is fine. This is great for a thumbnail, but I would need this as well on the direct image thing, and right now that's not the case. So yeah, uh, that's very important for me to figure out and make sure that this is working. But yeah, for now, we have something that is okay. We have something that is okay. Did I just send that? No, I didn't. Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I just did, but I didn't at the same time. That's the thing. If I refresh, I may have. Yeah, I do. Cool, I did. Forget about it. What case did you get? Are you one of the um are you one of these? like big ass um, glass thing, or are you one of these very minimal, simplistic, and so on? Simplistic. I see. Which one is it? That's interesting. Um, it's, I mean, for me, it's really sad, but I get it. I need, for PC, I need uh, 3 slots at least because or technically I need four because the latest GPUs are 3 slots, which is fucking annoying. But because I need the capture card as well, the mini PC are usually not an option, and that's really sad. But I like the front. I like the pixelated version of things. It's pretty cool. That's um, that's a nice case. I'm a very big fractal person, so um, the yeah fractal design things like most of their cases is exactly what I want to have. Uh, it's just nice. Specifically the wood ones. I'm not gonna lie. Most of the cases, all the cases are such nice looking fucking case. If I could build in these ones, I would. Because I don't care about the aesthetic of the case because I don't look at the case, but if the case looks good, I'm probably more happier with it. Like these ones are fine as well. I do like them because of the wood, but I like the green one so much, and that walnut panel is so clean. So I like that a lot, but it's just it doesn't have shit. It is very compact. I mean, these ones are extremely compact. Specifically, the Ridge is a very interesting one. The only issue that it has is that it is finicky to build into, and the airflow is non-existent. So, uh, yeah, I like the mood tower. I feel like these ones have been really interesting as well from an alternative consumer point of view. And yeah, then you work on it. General Person Roadmap. Yes, congrats. I hope not too much, but yeah. Um, well, your GPU is going to not output too much, specifically because you have the panel right there. So unless you have opened the slots underneath, like not the first one, but the second one, then your airflow is not going to be as good. Um, and then this is weird, but I get it because of the PSU, which is weird to have the PSU in the front based on how the case is, because I know that the power button is right there. So the fact that this is here and not there is kind of weird for me, but it's a small factor, form factor, so it makes sense. Um, but yeah, I would, again, just me, don't worry about it. I would get a liquid cooled AIO instead of a tower because this makes sounds and that pissed me off. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Um, but yeah, no, you are getting output out here in the top, intake in the bottom, which makes sense. But you have an output here, which is kind of weird because basically what it means is you are cycling through. Uh, the probability of this going back in the fan is way higher, so you probably will have uh, an issue at some point. What you could do is fresh air at the bottom, fresh air at the top, and fresh air in the front, which I know is a lot, but fresh air most of the time. And then the PSU tower, the CPU tower, and the back of the case fan as an exhaust. That way, your GPU, your back, and your CPU are exhausting everything, but then everything else is just fresh air. That's to me, that's a bit of a better output, but I get it. I get it. The fact that you have um, intake on both sides is kind of weird. Props.
Props
Welcome on
underscore
in.
TV rated my stream with 20 viewers.
The fact that I was right here when you dropped in, that was crazy. Welcome in. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm Aoi. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we're talking about PC layout that instant, but we've been working on ban and the Bento 2.0 situation thingy because bento.me is dying in 9 days. 9 days, and we need an alternative. So now we have an alternative. It's good. Specifically working on the theming and making sure that you have all of the uh, options for your stuff. So ban is pretty cool. Obviously, I'm not biased in the slightest. But welcome in. Thanks a lot for the raid. I highly appreciate it. I hope your stream was good. As always, if you want to raid and run, do that. If you want to raid and stay, do that. Yeah, Jesus, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? Currently working on that thing. Um, Blubber. Goddamn, that my brain, my dyslexia, so much B and D at the same time. Oh my god, Captain, work on it. Rythrin, work on it as well. Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure, for sure. Right now we were reviewing fractal design. So, you know. Oh my god. I have your website somewhere. I should just type the URL. That would be fast. That's a message. That's not the thing that I wanted to click on. I mean, it is, but not directly. Um. Hmm. I like that. I don't know who gave you the idea of doing this, but that's specifically that transition. Um. That's a neat thing. It's kind of sad to have like that transition right there, but whatever. These are a bit close to the edge. Um, yeah, I feel like. Do you? Yeah. Sorry, my bad. My bad. My bad. It's the full screen thing. You have a bit of a responsiveness issue in there. But let me just load it properly. All right. All right. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. It's just the fucking sidebar that breaks as always. We have a nice header transition. I like that. That's fun. I remember this. This hasn't changed. These are not links, right? Yeah, are not links. That's interesting. It stands out a bit. This is cool. This is weird. All right, I'm gonna go through everything as always and then say stuff. That's yes. Yeah, yeah. No questions. 10 out of 10. No notes on this. So, two things. Two main things while scrolling. This animation is weird. It's the only one of the entire website that has a fade and a scale at the same time. Most of the other things that you have are either static animations that are on the loop or just simple transition in between states like the header buttons and so on. So arriving here is a bit of a weird take back from a designer point of view. From a user point of view, it doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it. The second thing is this. Bang. That's you again. Um, Not in the sense that it's bad to have you again, but it's the same picture. So if you have like from the same set of pictures, if you have a second one that is not the same one as the first one, might be interesting to have like a bit of a different expression, different thing, whatever in there. But that's good. Everything else is great. You know, everything is pretty great. You have everything that has a very similar design style for most of the things. I love these two floating things. That's pretty cool. The only section that doesn't look and match with it is your FAQ section. Like that section doesn't match the design. It's the same design, but you have reversed the fact that your shadows are lighter than your content, and therefore that's kind of weird. It's a bit of the same thing right here, where your shadows are lighter than your content, and therefore it doesn't really match with the aesthetic that you have here. So I might say potentially just get everything with the same shadow style so that it doesn't break, and just to, give me a bit of a bump.
Ex Lunatica
Something like
TX is now
this.
following.
Yeah, Tika, thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I'm guessing it's probably from the raid, but we never know. Sorry for the flashbang on this one. That's not the night shift, goddamn. Something like this, where you have your design style on each of the card, and it's the same style, makes a lot more sense. Whatever the card is, like even if these things have really realistic knobs, don't ask. The design of the cards on their own is the same all over. So that's you have a Japanese lesson at 17. That's crazy. Well, gambare. Ne, gambare. Where are you in the Japanese? Japanese is easy. So yeah, having like a centralized theme where everything looks the same would make more sense. At least from my point of view. So, small detail. I just don't like the light mode here, but there, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. You tried cursor because of me? Cool. Did you hate it? Also, Rythrin. Rythrin? Rythrin. Yes. I kind of am. I've been a designer for the past 20 years, and I've been working on UI, UX, strategy, business, basically everything. So kind of yes. I'm not defining myself as a UX designer only, but I kind of am by default-ish. So yeah, that's the only thing that I would say for some of the section props. When it comes to some of your elements, you are good. Like you have most of the things set up, but like this gray shadow here, here, and here kind of stand out as not in the theme, even though it should. But yeah, if you are learning Japanese, by the way, Can is pretty cool. I don't know. I'm not biased whatsoever. And then the rest is the same, right? As far as I remember, you have the same sections back to back, which are fine. That is standing out so much. because of the white shadow. That's crazy. Same reasoning as usual. Still yes. No question. Still yes. The second page doesn't have the header, so that's an interesting change. I like this. This is yeah, no, this is cute. This isn't expected. You could do that for your homepage. I feel like that's a welcome animation, welcome transition that people don't expect specifically here. And you know, that's fine. But then ah my usual realization. Most of the animations on this page specifically are matching the animation that I said doesn't match the rest on the home page. So you do have similar animations in other places, aka in other pages, but not on the same page. So you might want to just get that transition on other parts of the homepage, just to get something that makes sense. Because these ones makes a lot of sense. These transition makes a lot of sense, but when we go into the regular homepage, which is not that, you sent me a different link earlier. That's right. Where's it? Yeah, homepage 1. Oh, I'm guessing my brain just made the connection. Oh my god. This is the new homepage that you want to change from this one, which is different. Yeah.
KO4890 is now following.
Teo, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? As always, probably the raid as well, but we never know. We never know. Yeah. I like this though. I like this. I remember. I am. That's what I do around here. We do design review on every day, mostly on Fridays, but like on every day. So if you have something that you want me to take a look at and have like a designer point of view out of it, feel free to just share a link. There's another one right there that we need to share a link. There. Gas space, I'm sorry. Don't fear. I'm just gonna destroy everything you've done and explain why, and then maybe you're gonna come back with a better thing at the end, or just not listen to me. It's up to you. I don't know. Then I feel like your version, like updated
Ridrin
version,
is now following.
Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Might be a bit text heavy, and obviously I am not. My German is old and not good.
Cernug3Tron is now following.
Negatron, that is a great name. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it as well. Same questions. How are you? How's the day going? How did you find the stream? Radio. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. That might be a lot of a starting point where you're here. I have your face, your things, your job title, what you are trying to do and achieve, and then I'm getting that 4-page of text. And for someone like myself with reading incapabilities, that's a lot. That's a lot. So I don't know. And then you have the same content as the regular page, or the same content as all the pages. So that's the thing. One of the things that I can give you as a positive. I mean, I gave you positive because the design is good nonetheless. One thing that people don't do and make a mistake on, and you didn't, that's a weird sentence, uh, is you have your About Me section at the bottom of the page. That is great. A lot of devs and designers and people are just getting the About Me at the top as here is everything about me, and then you have some of the stuff that I've done, and you basically have here is everything I can do for you. This is the reason why you would choose me. Like the meeting would look like this, and then why you should choose me, and then by the way, that's me. So this is the I hate doing that analogy, but this is the Apple way of presenting things, which is um, we just happen to make phones. You probably have heard that before, where it's just like um, we're trying to make something that is intuitive and user friendly and so on, and our main goal is to make sure that the user has the best experience possible and so on, and we just happen to make a phone. So it's the other way around compared to most people that say we are making a phone. It's the most intuitive. It's just like that doesn't work. So having your About Me at the end is a bit better than having it at the top, like most people are doing. So good job on that. But yeah, no. Other than that, the layout is good. The presentation is good. I'm just not sure about this maximum amount of text right here. Um, that would kind of stopped me, and it did. Other than that, good. Maybe a dark mode. Maybe a dark mode thing. Just I hate dark mode uh brutalism cards. I told you that. It doesn't make any sense. It looks like shit. I hate it, but it works. So, you know, why not? Why not? Um, it is. It is, unless you go with not what I did right here, which is a color mode. So if we go into Pinterest, I mean, not that, god damn it. Also, Denny, I saw that earlier, but let me go back in the chat. You said I'm trying to do some satin metal effect on off-white background. Damn. And you're asking me if you want, like, tips? Don't bother. Take this, take an image, and use that image instead. Like that. That's it. Take that, crop it. Done. Like yeah, you would bring in more complexity by trying to achieve this in code. Not that it's not feasible. It is extremely feasible. It's just not going to look as good. And yeah. Otherwise, you can see the pattern. We can go through the pattern in a second. Um, you could not. That's the wrong thing. You could go with something like. I mean, the Gumroad one is a pretty good option as a reference, but you could go with the dark mode like this, which is mostly dark, but the dark mode is simply like stronger colors, stronger pan of colors instead of anything else. So that is the potential brutalism dark mode thing, but most of the time, and I agree with you, it looks like shit, and you don't really have a choice. You need things that are basically light mode, but it's just a black background, and or you do muted colors, which is really cool. Not gonna lie, I love these things, but it's also like really annoying because you need muted colors in order for that feel to work through. So you get into the VHS uh, realm rather than the brutalism realm. So, yeah, yeah, it works. That's the thing. That's what matters. If it works with you, that's good. But yeah, you end up with this, which I love. Just do it. Do it. It's fine. It's cool. It's good. It's gonna look good at the end of the day. Um, but other than that, you've done pretty good. The the page makes sense. The layout makes sense. The animation you currently have in the It's Me is pretty good, so that you could have that here as a transition. And everything else for me is just like make sure that you have a similar enough um, background shadows effect so that it match. These grays, I get them because they are on darker background, but you could change the the window to be either a white window like you've done here, or do an opposite window, as in these cards are white with a black background, and then the background of that window is your green, for example. Like that could be something. But even pure black would work, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Uh, is this the one, or is this the one? You have your overflow in clip, which means that this is your summary. So your summary doesn't have the border and the shadow. I can't read. There. I got it. Um, you're using a variable for. You're using a shadow for your borders as well. Mmm. Mmm. It works. It's not great, but it works. Yeah, forget about it. But overall it's neat. Oh, you are using that? Oh, ah, ah. I think I've said that before. Um, you're using a font for your icons, aren't you? Ah. This is great. Sorry. Um, this is something that I learned in my second agency job for the dumbest reason possible. But since then, I have stopped using any font awesome icon things because it just breaks like this at times and it is unpredictable. So I would rather have an SVG for the thing. The reason why the client that I was working on or with didn't want to have font icons, which made no sense at 16 when I started in that agency, was they didn't have the authorization for specific number of requests for the website and a certain amount of things that needs to be imported was breaking the website because it was pushing to a limit that is above their recommendation. So they wanted the icon in the first place to be in a font so that everything is like combined. And when we did that, some days the font was entering later than the rest and therefore not loading. And some days it was loading properly, but we never knew when that was the case, just because the firewall on their servers um, internally just didn't fucking accept the font. So we resorted to a sprite sheet. And it was a long time ago, but it worked because an image was fine. It was the same every time, and it was loading every time, and it was like cached on device, and then we were good with it. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why we don't use um, icons into fonts, because sometimes it just renders weird, and we don't like it. And again, if it's something that is due to my translation system, that also might be the reason. So, not good. Nonetheless, the rest is good. Um, I love this. I said that last time, but I love the fact that it's rotating when I'm scrolling, and the fact that it's not centered as well. That's pretty cool. Um, yeah, no, you did great. You did great. Yeah, just unsure about this section for landing page. Um, like I might see this as the section, and then something more visual, and then more of the text potentially. But I get it in terms of the understanding from a user point of view. So yeah, it works. It works. Other than that, good job. Denny, so for this thing, it's simple. As always. You get, you're welcome. You get your screw. Have a good rest of your day. Take care of yourself. Um, you mean for these? The fact that these two have capitals and then, um, I mean, it's basically just dang, dang. I think the reason for that is uh, the translation. That's a me thing. Don't worry about it. um, so it is that simple. You just get your screw head to be center inside of this. You make sure that it is slight darker than the things. Usually you're gonna be like way darker. This is a 6 head, so it's about here and then there, like the usual. I'm gonna make that a 60 by 60 so that we have the thing. The only thing that you need to do here is add the inner shadow and the drop shadow that needs to go in it to make sure that it feels like an indented thing. So 1 point radius in the shadow, 2 to 3 in the distance. That will give you how deep that hole is. That sounds kinky. And then you need to do the exact same thing on the other end for the opposite effect. So you're on a secondary one that is going to be an inner shadow at -2 and 100% probably on this one with white and a blur of like 1 or something. Maybe not white, but a bit of a highlight right here. Probably going to go into an overlay or something to just blend it in. And then, in order to make this look like metal, your base is very simple. It's a linear gradient, sorry, it's an angular gradient with ensuring that your first and last values are the same. And it's just a matter of ensuring that you have your 3 points. If you look at the image itself, you have like one light, one light, one light. So you have like a trident thing. and it's just encapsulated in between darker shades of things. So your trident is going to be somewhere around here, and ta-da! Um, like, that's it. So you're kind of done. You need the exact same angular gradient in the center. So in here, you just want to just duplicate it. Most people would have the inner version being darker than this. So instead of going through the same system a second time, I just add like a black version at 20%, which is the default, and then you're done. And that's it. If you want like the bevels and the things, it's the exact same stuff. You want the inner shadow at the top to be a pure white situation with 1 or 0 for the highlight of your screw at the top. I'm gonna do 1 point, right? So it's just highlighted, and same thing at the bottom, but the opposite. So just duplicate it, -1, pure black, blah, 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 and so on. If you want the texture inside with, that broke. If you want the texture inside with the ridge and the brushed aluminum texture, don't. That's my best recommendation. Please avoid it at all costs because it's gonna cost you a lot. But if you have to, you can. Um, it's just gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. So I would advise against, but that's basically this. You would need to do all of your ridges either manually, and technically speaking, these ones are, when pixelated, they become looking like a ridge. But that makes your SVG so much more heavier because there is so much happening in there, and it could potentially break. That is not really worth it, but it's that easy. Ah, that's the thing. To answer the question of what monitor I'm using my Mac. So my monitor is the 16-inch MacBook Pro display. That's it. Nothing else. Really tiny. Not great. But it's better than nothing. So that's the best option. You get the things, Um, if you really want to, please don't. If you really want to, get yourself like circles, and then you can play with the rendering for this thing to, make sense and so on. By rendering the shadows inside to get the effect. So let me just show you quickly what I mean by that. You get this thing at like white at 0.01% or something, like very much transparent, non-visible, and so on. And from there, you create an inner shadow that is at 0.2 and 0% blur. So that creates that hairline transition that is just a hair somewhere. And then you just duplicate it and you just make it smaller. And now you have your ridge number 2. And so by doing that over and over again, you are getting hairline things. And the only stuff that you need to do to make them kind of weird and different is, oh, this one is going to be a 0.5 in X. So that is right there, or like 0.2 in X as well. So it's going from the side and this one's coming from the top. And then you can alternate here and there to have like a bit of a ridge here, there, and so on. But it's not much. Just go from one to the other side to whatever, and you will have the effect, but it's not going to be as good. Also, remember that having shadows right here, you're probably going to need 50 to 60 shadows differently on 62 different layers. That is really bad. Don't do that. Avoid it. Really, man break, local money. How are you? But that's one of the things. Just know as well that because you will have 10 to 16 layered on top of each other, 0.01% white, you would end up with something that looks, um, well, wider in the center. So would say don't do that. And if you have to, well, you have to. But again, the best option, take that screenshot and just do that. I think that's going to be your best bet for your effect without having to think about it too much. Like that's done. And if you wanted to do like the border to make it like more aligned, making more sense and so on, it's very simple to just squeeze it a bit more, and then you can have your black border all around through like a stroke. We put it in red for now. Um, so yeah. Um, no, that's the rendering of the layers. So basically, it is what we have um, here. You remember this? You remember this thing? Um, that effect, that rendering of grainy brushed aluminum thing, if you want to take it out or check it out or use it or whatever, it is on my Figma profile, so you have access to it. But this is one of the heaviest Figma file we have. This right now, Figma is struggling, and it will struggle a lot when you get this because this thing is just crazy. But it's feasible. But yeah, um, that's one of the things that you can do. Overall, the grainy effect there is the same thing that I showcased earlier here, which is right now you don't see the grainy effect. If I'm right here, right, it's a perfectly aligned thing. But as soon as I pixelate, so Control P, you get that grain and you get that rendering of brushed aluminum without having to do all the thing that I did for the knob itself. So it creates that grain, and you can 100% just add a grain on top if you wanted to, even though not ideal. Um, Simply getting like one of these shapes on top of everything. For example, let me just duplicate that, move that here, and just say that this is nothing other than a noise value. And I'm just gonna add a very noisy noise, like a density of 100% is gonna be pretty good with duotone, so some dark spot and some high spots, and just adding that to the Canva. And then making sure that this thing is either in fill, so that it's perfectly aligned, and then from there, changing its rendering mode to overlay or lighten or something that just works with it. And even if I like, obviously, currently I'm tiled, but let's make it tiled and I don't know, 25% maybe. Maybe 25 is too small. Let's do 50. Let's do 50% so that the noise is a bit stronger on there. So now I have this, and it's just a matter of changing the opacity to 24%, 20%, something, and you get that noisy effect. But it's a lot of texture. It's not a heavy thing because it's a noise texture. It's a PNG. Um, but yeah. Um, it's neat, but it's not, you know. I don't think it's the best metal we've done. I like it a lot. Um, Obviously because it's cute as fuck, but you know, is yeah. This one is the only original in Blender, and this one is the reproduction. Eh, not ideal. Again, like these things are simple-ish, specifically like the paints is a very nice one. Like I really like what we've created on this one for accuracy's sake. I think this one is one of the accurate one. Like I just failed at the bottom. That section is really hard to get. Um, but yeah, the top was difficult a bit, and I made it a bit lighter. Like the cap is a bit lighter than this. You know. But yeah, that shit right there. Oh my god, that pissed me off. Because it's nothing. Like it doesn't exist. It's so worn off that it just it didn't work. And also at that time we didn't have progressive blur. So right now there is a ton of things like this progressive blur right here that I had to fake with a previous version of what we used to do for progressive blurs. So, you know, small details, small additions here and there that just don't work anymore. But yeah, you have like a very similar grain texture on this one if you're interested as well. It has this really cool metal texture, and you can kind of see it. Um, and the screws here are debatable. I don't like them. I don't like them, but the brushed aluminum kind of sandblasted is a is a very good thing. I guess you may be interested in these ones for the light mode if you want to do your screws in light mode. These knobs are interesting as well. The what do you mean? The default one is pretty simple, but yeah, that might be the same thing. The main idea is ensuring that you have the correct angular gradient all over most of the times. For these one, for the screws that you're trying to achieve, you have 3 points of light. The regular brushed metal things is roughly 2. You have one at the top and one at the bottom, and they are a teeny tiny bit offset. So if you look closely here, my highlight is around here, and the second one isn't like straight. It's a bit on the side with a secondary option here. So that that's what makes it metal-y. And then the highlight on the edge, like that stroke linear gradient right there, and the darkness at the bottom to create that shadow to give you the chamfer on the edge of the screw. Same thing at the bottom, the background is the same thing. So that's what gonna elevate your element, but it's not much. Again, it's just dang. Like right now, what I feel like would be better is making sure that the inside is a bit like darker than what we currently have. So something like 32 would be a bit better. And then in order to get this thing to match what we have here, I know that this is probably going to be somewhere around here. and that highlight at the bottom is going to be somewhere there. The thing that I'm seeing is that it is a blended stuff. So blended implies multiple points, with these two new points being a tad darker for the blending, like closer to the next one, so that the highlight is not too sharp. Like these ones are way too sharp, but having like that feathering in the transaction and transition in between the two, then um, that's going to give you a bit more thing. One of the potential, and I know that this is one of the things that I've done in the knob option, is duplicating that layer and putting it on top of everything without the grays. So every time you have a gray thing, you put it at 0%. Everything that is highlighted is going to remain highlighted, but everything else is just going to be on top. And then from there, you are getting this whole thing as an overlay or as a multiplier or something based on what you want to achieve, to basically ensure that the highlights are a bit stronger, and you can just offset it a tad to create like that effect that makes a bit more sense. Right now it's kind of shit because my transitions are wrong, but overall you get the idea. It's very simple to get that highlight on top of the content, and by doing so you basically give yourself the ability to say, well, my screw is a copper screw, and then you get like the copper color from where you want it to be copper, and then you're done, like nothing else. So with that, that's a way for you to just go through the whole system without having to think about it too much, and not have like different versions of your gradients in the center and in the outside. You just need like one thing. Let me see if I can check that link. Yeah, that's the same thing. We have done them many times. I think we have them here. Yeah, we have them right there. We talked about it on Monday. So these are the glass version of Jordan stuff. And these are the liquid glass from Figma. And this is extremely simple. That's what I like about it. This is just a gradient border. You can get a border with a gradient, depending on which framework you're using. You can. And if you can't, you can basically do multiple things. Yeah, you can. Let me you see that? I'm gonna zoom in first. You see these knobs? The top version is highlighted and the bottom one is darker. That's just a border gradient. That's it. It works. For YouTube, yeah. Might do that at some point. I don't know. It depends. Like the mini TV that we used to have as an icon on the iPhone was kind of similar to this, but yeah, you know. Welcome back with food. Inner shadow is gonna break your. Okay, so let me just show you the difference. I'm gonna use a circle so that it makes sense. It doesn't, but if you create an inner shadow inside of something, you end up with this. That's the output. Like that's the creation that the shadow is creating by having like a bit of a y-axis of one and a blur of zero. This is what you create. So you create an arched moon situation on the element. If you want to not do that and you just want to get the effect of the metal, you simply need a stroke that is white at the top. So this one is white. You have somehow a very like a lighter-ish, not that, a lighter-ish going to the middle. And then you have right about here, darker, and you get a bit of a highlight at the bottom. Like that's roughly the thing. And with that, you get the metal effect. Done. Nothing else. The I forgot if I named them metal button. Yeah, I did, right there. Ah, the good thing of doing all of the stuff that pops up on Twitter all the time. So these ones are Jordan's buttons, the initial Jordan's buttons, and then that is the recreation of the exact same thing because it is the easiest shit. It looks kind of bad from my point of view, but it's yeah, it's working. So for this, you have one shape with a stroke that is outside, very small stroke here. The inside is a very simple radial gradient so that the edges are curved. Like it's create that. Let me just hide this. It create that curves right here. So with that, you're kind of done. And then this thing on top is a linear gradient that goes from a bit lighter to a bit darker than the content, so that it create that effect of a bit of a concave slash flat surface. And that's it. And then your icon or your whatever you want to put it inside on top and so on. For you, it would be the screw hole. You just get, I mean, if you want it to grow, but you don't want to avoid that. But yeah, that's the thing. that's all you need. So for your where is it? Where's my knob? um, God damn it. We have the knob, but I want the fucking knob file. There. So in order to get my border specific thing, that's my angular gradient for the background to create the metal effect. And then the non-rotating inverted rings, gradient rings, is I got it. Is this thing. So I have a everything for gradient rendering so that it works every time. But yeah, like that works. He wants to know how to do gradients. That's it. Gradients in strokes. So it should be easy. It is easy. But yeah. I feel like that is something that I missed. 1 second. I feel like I missed a link from earlier. Yeah, no, I can't find it. Well, I guess. I guess I didn't miss anything. But yeah, no, it is very simple, and you can have your gradients in multiple versions. You can also think of um, the output in different ways. So let me go back here because that makes a bit more sense. Let's just change that to be a bit bigger so that you have the gradient itself. Right now, I'm using a linear gradient, but if I wanted to, I could use uh, an angular gradient and simply say the top of my gradient is very much um, like lighter than the rest. And it's not like it's not exactly the same output, and I get that, but you end up with something that is similar enough, specifically when both of these are like at 1 point or 2 points, you can't tell the difference. So if your current system doesn't allow linear gradients in your border, but does allow radial gradients or angular gradients, you can do that. If I wanted to do that with an angular gradient, the radial gradient, my bad, uh, the basis is just this. I'm placing the light post in the top and then that around here and a bit of a highlight here, and I'm getting the output thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. I'm using Shadcn for some of the UI, Tailwind for most of the things, and React, TypeScript things, but I don't know if there is like a specific framework that is used. Um, but yeah, like this is the easiest thing to do to create that shadow, um, not shadow, but like that effect, and then simply using like the transition we made earlier on this one as a point. And now you have some metal. It's just uh, if you have been on Twitter for the past few weeks, I guess you probably have seen. Um, I don't think I'm gonna find that really quickly, but I might. Um, there is this post that is circulating over and over again, and I'm seeing it often. Uh, it's a bento box with a metal square in the top right corner. You probably have seen it, and the rendering of that metal square is very simple, and it works. You know what? I think I know where it is. Faster. I think this one is gonna be faster. That's crazy. That is crazy. Um, did I save that? Not so. I mean, yes, I did save that not so long ago, but like, yep, right there. That's basically what you want. That metal effect on the edge is, um, you know, and it, it's just a fuzzy gradient. And again, it is a 3 point highlight with one of them being stronger than the other two, but two of them having like roughly the same luminance. So this one and this one has the same luminance as together, and then that gray and that gray is kind of similar, and then that one is a bit darker because it's closer. So that is basically what you want to have. Uh, and yeah, I don't think, however, you can access that. But check it out. Maybe it works. I don't know. Um, but yeah, there is that, and there is another one that has popped in lately, which is let me see if I can find something that is not as yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna be here, not directly at least, but there has been like so many that has popped in, and again, it's just a matter of making sure that your gradient is the right one. Like there is no um why? No, that's what's fun. I mean, technically it's fine. Like there again, it's just it's fine. There's nothing in there that will be TOS or whatever. But it's just if I do that, you don't know. That's the reason. That is the reason you made, you know, you don't know. um, but yeah, no, I don't think I have them right there for the rendering. Nonetheless, that metal one is already like something that is pretty good, and it will give you everything that you need to have. But it the simplest thing that I can tell you is just it needs to be the proper angle. That's it. And yeah, that's the only thing that you need. Um, but you can see how that highlight matches the edge highlight as well. That is something that happens often. But that's the base. But yeah, no, here it's basically just a regular blur with the proper gradient stroke, and then you're done. Here it's the liquid glass thing from Figma, and as many people have mentioned before, this compared to this one is implementable um, like by iOS devs, and Figma can just say it's glass. And this one is implementable by everyone, and people just figure it out. Like it's just, oh, you have a stroke in the gradient or gradient stroke for the border, and then you have a background blur and a drop shadow, which drop shadow doesn't help, but you know, that's it. So it's very much that easy, and I would highly recommend you to just give it a shot. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's simple. It is simple. But that's the easiest version. If you just want like the screw, just get the screw. Don't bother. Get that at the size you want it to be. So right now, for example, it needs to be 190 by 190. So there is a bit of a shift in the edge. That is going to be lighter in terms of file sizes for your output. And it's just a PNG. The only thing that I would say could be a pain in the ass on this is the difference between you saying like let's say here we have like 120-ish 100. Let me square that down to roughly 100 right there. If I do this and I say I have one screw that is like this and I have one screw that is on the other side that is like this, right? My shadow here is wrong, and my shadow here is pretty right. Like the top version is pretty right. Here, if I decide to change the angle, because the shadow is a shadow, the highlight at the top and the darkness at the bottom, and the highlight inside and darkness inside is going to follow through based on how much I rotate. So it will always be correct, which is the only thing that I would care about if I was doing like a UI that needs to make sense and so on. But if you don't care, that's enough. And most importantly, you can 100% just say, you know what? All my screws are exactly aligned where they need to be. And maybe I'm giving them like an 8% rotation on some of the edges so that it still look good and you're done. But yeah, don't spend too much time on it, and don't work too much on the SVG output, because that is going to be so heavy uh, that it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Like all of that I just did here is a pain in my ass. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done any of these. They look cool. They work really well. I'm not gonna lie. That this thing having like the proper angle and rendering and so on is really nice, and I like the effect. But is it worth it now? No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, there is a lot of metal assets in Figma as well that are pretty cool. There is, I mean, when we look at the metal, you have these ones for the regular metal gradients, and there is another one that I obviously don't have here, but all of them are going to be pretty good. Like this one, for example, is going to be a good option. But then again, you know, the usual thing. If you want to learn how to do it, do it. Use the Figma file as a reference, but try to do it yourself. Once you understand how they work, it's not going to take you any time to just pump the same thing, you know, like that. Don't know who did this one, but shit, we have another one like right here. This one is pretty, that's as big as zoom. This one is pretty cool. It has a bit of a grain as well. But that's exactly the type of rotation you want to have. So maybe do that. Like it's just, it's a simple thing. The reason why I'm saying do that yourself in the beginning is you will learn so much more by doing it yourself once than just taking someone else's file and splatting that somewhere and just say, well, you have metal effects. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the easiest thing. The current more complex one to achieve, at least for me, is this. That in a like that holographic transition of color is the thing that for some reason my brain still hasn't recognized how to do and how to do properly. Like there are such interesting color variations and how they are displayed that I just don't understand. And I've been trying to create these holographic things, but it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so, yeah. But they are pretty simple. Like this one is extremely boring, and this one is a handmade transition. This one is an image. I know I have the image, but yeah. Sent me or Denny? I'm guessing Denny. It's gonna be better. But yeah, it's neat. Cool. But yeah, do that. Do that. Did you do stuff, by the way? Um, two fucking ends, bitch. You haven't. Not yet. I see. I see. I see. If you want to look, um, CodePen is going to be a pretty good resource for you. If you want like a metal effect, for example, you might get things that just make a bit more sense for your rendering. And so, you know, like it's just some metallic effect. And CodePen might have exactly what you want it to have so that you have the entire thing with the effect, whatever, and you just typically sign walk on it. And you have the whole code and the whole gradient, whatever things you want it to have. So, it's just like, dang, that simple. How are you a type design, ever design a typeface? Do you have some tier type design source recommendation? I have made a typeface once. I will never again do a typeface. Fonts are a pain in the ass. We talked about one earlier today because there is a new product things that popped off earlier today in my feed that is right about here. And it's a very interesting project thing where you can play with the typeface that already exists. So, yes. So you have like a full playable environment to experiment with typefaces, rendering, and choices, and so on. So that's a very interesting website. That's the link. Creating a typeface, if you wanted to create a typeface, even though not necessarily the most financially sane thing to do, Glyph is going to be the best software platform things. The Glyph Mini, when you're just starting, is all you need. It's $49 once, and then you're done. Glyph 3 is going to be expensive. So maybe don't. I know the set app sometimes has some. Mizzy, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? Pretty good. Someone landed today, so you might land again. We never know. We never know. I doubt it, but we never know. So Glyph is really cool. There are a ton of versions of Glyph related things that are useful. Congrats on landing. And you have all of the understanding of how Glyph works, and all of the learn sections are going to be really useful if you just want to, understand. But I think the font brief yeah, font brief is probably going to be a pretty useful thing when you're starting and trying to achieve something that just makes sense based on what you want to create. Well, that delay was crazy. Basically, you have the ability to just say, I want this thing to be mostly expressive, kind of elegant, but not like too elegant, maybe kind of simple, central position, whatever. Like, you can define stuff. I want this to be friendly, but not too friendly, kind of organic, but not too organic, and so on. And that will give you some fonts that are aligned with the brief that you have. So that is an interesting website for references, as always, to just get inspiration and or when you're looking for like a pixelated font, as you said earlier, which is not what you would be looking at. But if someone were looking for something that is expressive, and then when your client is asking you for something that is in the middle, like elegant but not too elegant either, roughly like organic and something that people are not really used to see so daring, that that is the type of thing that you could do to potentially achieve and match what your client is looking for. So that's a very useful, very, very useful website. Um, so, you know, we like it. It's fun. Other than that, spending time on font websites is going to be the best option. It's a lot of time, but it's great. So, uh, the creative market is, oh, damn it. The creative market website, specifically the font section, is gonna give you a ton of things as references, and we love them for that. But that's it. They're just references. You don't buy stuff from there. But it's good. It is really good. Other than that, um, if you want to create like a serif font, depending on the characters that you want to have and the perception, make sure that you are targeting elements that are related to typography that make sense to the people that are supposed to be the target. So if you are targeting designers, for example, people that know about font, or people that do typography for a living, make sure that you are paying attention to the smallest of details, like your regular ink trap, your regular I don't have the name in fucking English. Anyways, the overshoots and so on, the eyes of your typography, to make sure that overall there is consistency, and people that know will be like, oh, that's a nice touch. That's a nice thing that they have done right here. That's, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's just masturbation for everyone, but it's, sometimes you just see a font and you're like, damn, they did a good job on this slab thing. But yeah, other than that, nothing else. However, um, they have, but there is a ton of new fonts that are using ink traps for stylistic purposes. And it's also really useful when you want to create a font that is going to be blurred. So, but yeah, it's fun. Specifically for you, not really specifically for you, but for you, based on your feedback from last time, you probably don't remember, but now you have access to, let me just refresh the page just in case, which shouldn't change anything. But now you have access to the settings, and you will be able to do the thing that you said you wanted to do. So you said you wanted to have something that is really tight and something that is really square. And now you have the ability to do just that. Maybe you don't want like you don't want any border, and you have like a very, tight, um, uh, tight grid, which I personally think it's pretty cool. Um, when you're looking at how it looks as an output, it's interesting. Some of the things that I have kind of blends in into each other, which is kind of weird, but it's a very interesting display nonetheless. And it works pretty well as well on mobile. It's a very Windows Phone environment. So if that's your vibe, that's interesting. But
Milos7Z is now following.
Milos, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? I hope you're good. Um, was a square or rectangular user pick? Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, to basically have the settings apply here, but then that would imply that in the default state, for example, um, let's reset everything. I would need to have this thing with these corner radius and not four corner radius, and therefore kind of have like a third thing for the profile picture to be changed. And I feel like this model is already kind of tight. So I don't know, but maybe I'm not against it. One of the things that is fun though, going back to what we said last Monday, um, I just fixed it, which is good. But we used to be able to have negative values in there. So now it's like fixed to 0. But before that, it was this overlapping everything if you wanted to. Not great. But yeah, that's pretty cool so far. Pretty nice. And yeah, if you're on the free tier, you can change things and see how it looks. And then uh, when you reset, it's just not work. Look at that. Look at that teeny tiny thing. um, I see. Well, we do design stuff around here most of the times. Sometimes we do some code, but not much. I'm a dumbass when it comes to code, but still doing things. And right now I'm building Ban, which is a very good replacement for Beto, which is dying. So good. Please do that. Please do that. Would highly appreciate it. Then you said something that I missed. And Mizzy, you said something that I missed as well. Uh, um, yeah, no, it was just that CodePen thing. Yeah, CodePen is pretty good. You sent me a boon board. That's what I missed. I'm probably not gonna have access to it. Hmm, nice. Let it. God damn. Don't worry about it. It's just me. It's just my computer. It's not you. It's Figma and my computer. They don't like each other anymore. They haven't worked together in so long. They don't know how to speak to each other. Um, so yeah, you're doing like Jordan stuff, Jordan stuff, Jordan stuff. These ones are cute. I get that. That's a very old thing. I do like it. The complexity here is achieving that gradient in the center. It's very, very simple. It's a pure white to um, a darker gray, but not too dark. And having the right amount of transition between the two is what creates that highlight. Then here on that edge, you go back to a bit of a bluish gray, just a slight amount, so a bit darker than the white, and that creates the whole thing. So that's simple. These ones are cute as fuck. Not gonna lie. That's the same thing. That's Jordan stuff. This is all of the Dita Rams content. We have one of these in Figma if you wanted to check that out. Um, like this thing specifically has been made in Figma, so you have a version if you want to just duplicate it rather than recreate it. I think I have a version of that as well. That transition here, that's cool. Like this, that's the same thing as on up the top. Yeah, you're going with the leather, old paper, simplistic. kind of retro vibe, which is pretty cool, which is going to go here. That's basically the type of thing. So, in order to achieve something like this with the caramel leather white environment like here, you want to find typography that match with you that is not one of the common ones. So one of the common ones, current trends, this one is one of the most common currently used serif fonts for designers, from designers, and so on. And we would highly recommend you to not do that. That's too overused. Finding something that would match with you, so something like Brittany, or something like where is it? I mean, the Sharpie is interesting as well, but it's not necessarily what you want to have. But like, uh, Actura is a very interesting font as well for creating this interface. But yeah, Brittany is really, you know. But yeah, something that is a bit more uncommon would make you stand out. As always, and I need to repeat myself when I'm saying this, uncommon for regular hiring people and other non-designer is common for us. So don't be scared to use something that you are already aware of and that you know just because it's too common for you. But like that's the thing. Like for me, I would go into the Gawker um, font. Like that's the type of shit that I would go for because goddamn, I love this bitch, and I bought it, so I would reuse it as much as I can. Um, but yeah, it's a very interesting font for core typography, and the person that is creating it, Anthony James, has a ton of really interesting fonts overall. Some of them are not necessarily good, but like Jitsu is interesting. They are really bright, calligraphy based. So yeah, I know you like Montreal, which is a really good font. It's a very nice font. It works, but um, it kind of works for regular text. You don't need You don't need a signature font for everything. The font that you choose can be just for the titles, can be just for the footer, can be just for something that is like in the header and that's it. Like I would have uh, just that at the top with just Denny in the background of a keyboard if you want to put a keyboard in there in from your like that. Like if you just have that as the font for your main title or something, could be cool. Could be really cool. But yeah, no, I get I get the feeling. I understand. I know what you're trying to achieve, um, which is cool. I feel like you will have a lot of fun with the texture and the experimentations. Um, have fun with it. Try to get like some of these textures maybe here and there if you can. Maybe get your hands on Camden file. You might not know that. Um, I forgot if the name is just buttons or if it's something else. I will need the fucking. I need Camden directly. That's gonna be faster. um, Cam. Do we have two fucking M's? No. Um, I think you know who I'm talking about. Um, I know I follow them, but as always, we can't search for things and they change the profile picture. They change the profile picture. That's the, yeah. Um, that's the thing. Let me go in my drafts and see if we have them right away. I got his file a while ago, so now I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be accessible right away or if it's somewhere else. That feels so bad. I don't know where we have. Basically, Camden has created a file full of buttons, and I'm gonna not use an S at the end. Oh, I got it. The master button collection is the fucking thing. And Camden is doing like these things where he just have fun with everything, and you get some of them are really interesting when it comes to their creations and their rendering. So some of that is kind of metallic, like you wanted to have. Something like, where is it? There, if you want to get like a more keyboard-y thing, and they have like effects and other things that, you know, we kind of like. It's fun to see. Some of them we have made ourselves before, and you know, like these ones we've made many years ago now. You have some of the weird ass one, and so on. This one is a rotating one, which is interesting as well. So yeah, there is a ton of things in there that you can find. So this is the master button collection. Let me see if I can find that directly. Did I give you the link? You got it. Thank you. Thank you. Faster. But yeah, it's a very cool, simple collection. It is updated. Not often, but it is updated compared to what I've done. Like I have had the first version and it has been updated 2 months ago, so there is like a lot of other options. So yeah, take a look. It might help. It might give you the output that you are looking for really quickly. So you know, simple stuff. But yeah, that is gonna be it. I think my headphones are dying. So yeah, go over your typography more than your design elements. Make sure that you have the correct colors, the correct fonts, and the correct vibe for how you want the things to be perceived, rather than going for as much effect as possible with the screws, with the gradients, with the whatever. Like make sure that you have just the right amount of vibes that feel at home, so that it just feel right. That would be much better for everything else. Um, I think you have a great starting point right now with your layout and your content. It's just, it might just mean you break the white background to something that is a bit more organic feel, coffee etched paper, something, or recycled paper. You get a different font for something that is a bit simpler, and you know, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, but yeah, do that. Do that. Makes sense. Makes sense. Anyways, I'm sending you to Pot because I haven't been there in a while, and we haven't been there in a while. So let's go there. Let's go there. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while. And things have changed. So yeah. As always, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live, the Discord is here. Discord is here for that. If you want to stalk me online, that's around here. If you have a perfume collection, that's around here. If you want to have a personal uh, presence online, that's about here. And if you want to learn Japanese, that's here. I have too many links. I need to do something about it, but that's never gonna happen. We know that. I also forgot to change the number again. So this is stream 14 of the year. And yeah, it is on brand. One day I will change it. And probably not. We never know. But yeah, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And yeah, take care of yourself. And I'll see you soon. Bye.